Chapter 1865. The sudden change caused everyone in sword-seeking county to fall into a state of panic. At this moment, all the people in the province raised their heads. All of their gazes gathered on the three figures in the sky. Their eyes were filled with deep fear and shock. Over-gods. They're over-gods. Heavens, the three people in the sky are all over-gods. What a powerful demonic aura. These people have come with ill intentions. The sword-seeking province is probably in trouble. Quick, everyone leave the sword-seeking province. It's the heavenly demon religion. They're from the heavenly demon religion. When the 9th army of the heavenly demon religion attacked the divine kingdom of three cauldrons, the ground became scarlet red wherever they passed by. Blood even gathered into rivers. No one can survive before the heavenly demon religion. Everyone, run! At that moment, the sword-seeking province fell into panic. The news of the heavenly demon religion attacking the divine kingdom of three cauldrons had already spread far and wide. Even many people who had never heard of the heavenly demon religion in the past were familiar with this powerful demonic religion. As a result, many people recognized the three over-gods as soon as they arrived. This was because the black clouds formed from demonic aura were basically a symbol of the heavenly demon religion. At that moment, the people who had stayed in the sword-seeking province all rushed towards the city gates as quickly as they could in a panic. They wanted to leave this place. High up in the sky, three figures stood on a black cloud as if they were riding the clouds. Their gazes were cold as if they were high and mighty kings looking down on the people below. The three of them were the over-gods that the commander of the 9th army of the heavenly demon religion, Yen Wuming, had sent. One of them was a commander of the 9th army. His name was Lu Shan, and he was a mid-over-god. The other two were Lu Shan's lieutenants. They were both over-gods, but they were weaker than Lu Shan. They were early over-gods. Lu Shan smiled coldly as he watched the cultivators flee in a hurry. A bloodthirsty light appeared in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, a large net woven from black silk suddenly appeared, enveloping the entire swordsman-seeking province below. During this process, the black net expanded at an unbelievable rate. In just a short instance it was so huge that no one could see the end of it. When it fell from the sky, it actually enveloped the entire sword-seeking province that was as large as a kingdom in a lower world. Arg, arg, arg. A series of chilling cries rang out. A few people who were about to flee the province came in contact with the black net, and black demonic flames immediately erupted on them. They could not be extinguished. The demonic flame was extremely powerful. Under the burning of the demonic flame, those below the divine realm were burned into ashes in less than 2 breaths under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Even deities were unable to last for very long under the demonic flames. They were reduced to ashes as well. There was even a god who came in contact with the black net, and black demonic flames also erupted on him. He cried out in pain as he was enveloped by the demonic flames. It was a horrible sight. Countless people all stopped. They stared at the black net that enveloped the entire provincial city with pale faces. Their faces became extremely ugly, and they were even filled with despair. Heavenly demon religion, this is the territory of the divine kingdom of Pingtian. Aren't you afraid of angering His Majesty the Divine King with your actions? Aren't you afraid of His Majesty killing you? At this moment, a furious bellow rang out from the Ling family. The protective formations of the Ling family had already been activated. Light flickered as swords danced in the air, revolving around the Ling family. This was an over-god level formation. It had been cast down personally by Ling Hogong, and it was both offensive and defensive. The patriarch of the Ling family, Ling Majian, and all the elders of the Ling family hovered in the air. They stood under the protection of the formation as they stared at Lu Shan and the other two over-gods furiously. Ha 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 ha! Lu Shan laughed aloud when he heard Ling Majian's threat. He said, "You're just the divine king of Pingtian. Are you really bold enough to oppose our heavenly demon religion?" Lu Shan looked at Ling Majian and sneered. You should be the patriarch of the Ling family, right? Patriarch, you're not an idiot. Do you think your divine king will be bold enough to say that he has no children after our heavenly demon religion destroys your measly sword-seeking province? Lu Shan spoke arrogantly. He was completely fearless. He did not take the divine king of Pingtian seriously at all. Ling Majian's face became extremely ugly. He had some understanding of the heavenly demon religion's strength. Any single one of the 9 armies under their command could easily destroy the divine kingdom of Pingtian. If the divine kingdom of Pingtian opposed them, only death would await them. Moreover, the heavenly demon religion also possessed a few divine king realm protectors and 3 even more terrifying vice leaders aside from the 9 armies. They were not something the divine kingdom of Pingtian could fend off. I have a mission to complete, so I have no interest in wasting time with ants like you. Patriarch Ling, I don't care what you do, but get Ling Hogong to piss off immediately. Otherwise, not only will your Ling family be destroyed, but even the tens of millions of people in the provincial city will vanish with you, Lu Shan said coldly. His voice rang through the entire provincial city. Don't kill me. I'm innocent. I have nothing to do with the Ling family. Patriarch Ling, please save us. Patriarch Ling, you hold the lives of everyone in the provincial city in your hands. You can't just watch us die. Patriarch Ling, please get Senior Ling to come back quickly. As long as he comes back, the tens of millions of people in the provincial city won't have to die. The sword-seeking province was in complete chaos. The people who remained in the provincial city had no hope of escaping, so they all arrived in the surroundings of the Ling family. They pleaded for mercy as their eyes were filled with hope. Everyone in the Ling family fell into silence. Patriarch, what should we do? An elder of the Ling family asked Ling Majian with an ugly expression. Although the other elders did not say anything, they all turned their gazes to Ling Majian. Patriarch, you better think of a way to get the ancestor back. We can't just watch so many people in the provincial city die unjustly. No, we can't contact the ancestor, and we can't let the ancestor know about this. Isn't there still the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan? He can even defeat Yang Kai, so he can definitely save us. Patriarch, didn't the patriarch leave behind a communication item for you when he left? You better send a message to the patriarch. We can't contact the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan. After all, he's from the heavenly demon religion. We can't harm the patriarch. Faced with the threat of death, a few elders of the Ling family lost their composure. They all gathered around Ling Majian and argued. Some of them were afraid of death, so they tried everything they could to survive. At the same time, there were people who did not fear death. Determination filled their eyes. Ling Majian shut his eyes in agony. At the moment, he was faced with a difficult choice. Deep down, he was also struggling intensely. The ancestor has already vanished for many years. I don't know where he is. If you want to deal with someone, just deal with our Ling family. Can you spare the innocent people in the provincial city? Ling Majian said painfully. P.S. I've received a notice today. From the 20th of July to the 5th of August, the VIP chapters will be free for a limited time. You can read the original version. Listen to Xiaoyao's Weibo, and you will know the original version's address. Weibo search. Xinxing Xiaoyao 110, which is the full pinyin of Xinxing Xiaoyao's pseudonym, as well as a number for the police. Chapter 1866. You want to exchange the lives of the people of your Ling family for the lives of the tens of millions of people in the city? Haha, don't even think about it. Commander Lu Shan laughed viciously as he stood on the black cloud. His cold eyes were filled with bloodlust. He extended a finger, and several dozen black threads immediately extended out from the black net that enveloped the entire city. They wrapped around the several dozen cultivators in the city. Ling Majian, old man will say it again. If you want to save the lives of the tens of millions of people in the city, get Ling Hogong to piss out immediately. Old man doesn't have that much time to waste on you. Every day that we waste, Old Man will kill a group of people until Ling Hogong appears, Lu Shan said coldly. Lu Shan said in a cold voice. He clenched his hand and the dozens of black threads immediately tightened. The threads were like sharp blades, cutting the bodies of the people tied inside into pieces. The several dozen cultivators all cried out as their bodies were cut to pieces. Blood dyed the streets red. Even their souls failed to escape. They were pierced by the black threads and died out. The people of the Ling family watched this silently. Their hearts were all very heavy. The Ling family was a mighty clan with overgods. With the entire divine kingdom of Pingtian in perspective, they were an existence that stood at the very apex. However, they were so puny before the three overgods of the heavenly demon religion. They could not fight back at all. They could only be meat on the chopping block. Everything that had happened today had a very great impact on the people of the Ling family. However, there was nothing they could do. The heavenly demon religion was just too powerful. You actually don't feel pained? That makes sense. The people Old Man has killed have nothing to do with your Ling family. No matter how many people the Old Man kills, your Ling family won't feel pained at all. If that's the case, Lu Shan looked at the people of the Ling family hiding in the formation and smiled coldly. A black sword appeared in his hand, and he directly swung it at the formation around the Ling family. This sword was filled with demonic qi, and it stirred up the thick demonic clouds in the sky. The demonic clouds seemed to have become one with the sword. As Lu Shan slashed down, the clouds began to vibrate violently. A black sword formed from the demonic clouds, pierced through the clouds and danced with the sword. It brought with it the power to destroy the heavens and earth as it slashed down on the protective barrier of the Ling clan. Boom! This was a powerful strike from a mid-overgod. It was so powerful that it exceeded the imaginations of everyone in the sword-seeking province. The protective formation around the Ling family suddenly shattered from the deafening sound. Under the devastating ripples of energy, all the structures in the Ling family collapsed, reduced to ruins. Countless people vomited blood as their faces paled. Some of the weaker servants directly lost their lives from the powerful ripples of energy. The Old Man will kill the people of your Ling family. He'll kill them once a day until Ling Hogong appears, said Lu Shan. Lu Shan's voice rang out. He appeared before a heavenly god elder of the Ling family as if he had teleported. He smashed the elder's head with a palm strike, destroying the elder's soul. One of the Ling family's heavenly god realm elders was killed. The news of the three overgods from the heavenly demon religion surrounding the sword-seeking province spread very quickly. Like a storm, it spread across the entire divine kingdom of Pingtian and even beyond. It led to a great uproar. On the 9th floor of the royal collection in the royal palace of the divine kingdom of Pingtian, Jianshan currently sat on the ground. He held an ancient scroll in his hand, as if he was intoxicated. He had devoted all of his attention to it. This was the cultivation, experience, and comprehension of the way of the sword left behind by the divine king of the way of the sword. A scroll like this naturally possessed a fatal attraction to Jianshan. He was unable to resist it at all. After reading through the contents of the ancient scroll, Jianshan closed his eyes and began to seriously comprehend the contents of the ancient scroll. A layer of faint, silver-white light appeared around him. It seemed like his body was glowing. In particular, when he was enveloped by the light with his eyes closed, he seemed to possess a hint of holiness. A few strands of sword qi the size of tadpoles gradually appeared around Jianshan. Every single strand was filled with intelligence. They were pure white and flawless, slowly moving around Jianshan. The scroll left behind by the divine king of the way of the sword clearly helped Jianshan quite a lot, allowing him to benefit greatly. Several hours later, Jianshan slowly opened his eyes. A sliver of understanding appeared in his eyes. This scroll should have been left behind by a late divine king of the way of the sword, Jianshan murmured to himself. He carefully placed the scroll back where he had been before continuing to read the remaining books and scrolls. Jianchen also spent 7 days on the 9th floor. During that time, he had read through all the books and scrolls on the 9th floor. He was about to leave. Suddenly, Jianchen's eyes narrowed. He discovered an inconspicuous metal box in a corner of the 9th floor. If it were not for the fact that he happened to glance over there, he would have directly missed it. Jianchen hesitated slightly, but he still walked over and opened the box in the end. He discovered a thick ancient book and a finger-sized pearl inside. General Principles of Forging. 4 large, forceful words were written on the book. Jianchen's eyes lit up when he saw the words. In the future, he would personally forge the azulite swords, so he needed to dabble in the forging of weapons. Back on the Tianyuan continent, the quality of the swords he forged was not very high. Coupled with the fact that the sword spirits were guiding him from the side, he did not have a high requirement for forging weapons. However, as time went on, the quality of the swords he forged would rapidly increase as well. As a matter of fact, he would need to possess an impressive ability to forge god artifacts. Although he could find someone to forge the weapons for him, how could he let someone else forge something as important as the swords? This pearl should be the memory pearl that Xian Dou spoke of. Memory pearls are extremely tough and extremely difficult to destroy. They're usually used to record extremely important things. They're far better than things like books and scrolls. It's just that according to Xian Dou, memory pearls are extremely rare. Normally, only experts who rule over an entire region possess them. For something like the divine kingdom of Pingtian, memory pearls don't even exist. Jianchen looked at the pearl again. He was filled with great curiosity. Fortunately, he had a sufficient understanding of memory pearls from Xian Dou, so he knew how to use them. Jianchen expanded the senses of his soul and slowly approached the memory bead. As soon as the senses of his soul approached the memory bead, a suction force immediately appeared, directly sucking in the senses of his soul. A scroll for teleportation formations. As soon as his soul entered the memory pearl, a tremendous amount of information appeared before Jianchen's eyes. To Jianchen's surprise, the memory pearl actually recorded the method to cast down teleportation formations. Teleportation formations varied in grade. Low-grade ones could only teleport people a short distance away. High-grade teleportation formations could naturally teleport people extremely far away. With the vastness of the cloud plain, it was nothing difficult to directly teleport people from the southern region to the northern region. Not to mention teleportation between realms, even teleportation between continents or between realms wasn't a problem. The premise was that one had to have reached the pinnacle of the Tao of formations to set up such a teleportation array. A scroll for teleportation formations. Ha 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 ha, I never thought there would be a scroll for teleportation formations here. I've actually found one here. The heavens are on my side. Jianchen could not help but laugh aloud as he held the memory pearl. He was extremely excited. Ever since he had entered the saint's world, Jianchen had never been so emotional. He had never been so excited before. Chapter 1867. Jianchen sucked in a deep breath and forcefully suppressed his surging emotions. He slowly calmed himself down, but he was still unable to hide the burning desire in his eyes when he looked at the memory pearl. The main reason he had come to the library this time was to take out the 3 cultivation methods and battle skills the Divine King had given him. This was because the Tianyuan family was currently developing the 3 cultivation methods and battle skills that were equivalent to overgods would just have too great of an impact on the Tianyuan family. Moreover, he wanted to read through the vast amount of cultivation methods and battle skills so that he could benefit from them. Yet now, he had actually come across a memory pearl that recorded the method to cast down teleportation formations on the 9th floor by accident. This was definitely a pleasant surprise for him. This was because he could tell with a single glance that the method to cast down teleportation formations recorded in the memory pearl was extremely profound. It was of quite a high grade. Clearly, such a high-grade item could not be bought on the market. Although there were also various formations on the market, and they could even be sold in some shops, they were basically the basics. They would not be of much use to Jianchen when casting down teleportation formations that could surpass levels. Jianchen placed the general principles of forging to one side without any hesitation. He calmed himself down and poured all of his attention into comprehending the teleportation formations scroll. Jianchen had spent many years comprehending teleportation formations back on the Tianyuan continent. He was still nowhere close to being able to cast down a true world-crossing teleportation formation. He might not even be able to cast down a normal one. This was because the teleportation formations he cast down on the Tianyuan continent were more like coordinate. The only value of the teleportation formations was that they could light up the night and guide the way home. However, the many years of comprehension he had spent on the Tianyuan continent had allowed him to accumulate a great deal of experience. He had created a firm foundation. This was like building a skyscraper. Now that the foundation was complete, all that was left was to build on top of it. Jianchen became enthralled by the teleportation formations scroll. He had completely forgotten himself. At that moment, he had become completely immersed in the knowledge regarding teleportation formations recorded in the scroll. After seeing the transfer array scroll, Jianchen finally stepped into the palace of transfer arrays. A trace of enlightenment gradually appeared in Jianchen's eyes. This transfer array scroll seemed to have opened a door in his mind, allowing him to finally come into contact with another world of comprehension. The Tao of teleportation formations was complicated and profound. Although there were many people who comprehended teleportation formations in the Saints' world, most of them were stuck at the initial stages. Very few of them were outstanding. However, not to mention that Jianchen had a certain foundation in the lower realm, he also had extraordinary comprehension. Therefore, if this teleportation array scroll fell into the hands of others, it would take decades or even centuries for them to comprehend it. However, Jianchen might only need a short time to master it. When Jianchen walked out of the 9th floor of the library, half a month had already passed. In this half a month, he had already memorized all the contents of the teleportation array scroll. All that was left was for him to try it out himself. Even the contents of the general principles of weapon refining had been memorized by him. Of course, memorization was one thing, but there were still many problems that needed to be resolved if he wanted to cast down a complete teleportation formation. Most importantly, he lacked the ability to comprehend the way of formations. The way of formations and the way of artifacts were also part of the 3,000 ways, but they were more supportive. Jianchen left the imperial palace and walked through the bustling streets by himself. He directly made his way to the manor he had temporarily stayed in. Jianchen moved extremely quickly. Before long, he had returned to the quiet manor. Patriarch Jianchen, you've finally returned. Mo Yen, who was fishing beside the pond, immediately tossed aside her fishing rod when she saw Jianchen. She ran over excitedly. She was filled with joy. Patriarch Jianchen, you've finally returned. You've left me and Sister Shiyu here, and you've even made us afraid to leave the manor. We're afraid that the people of the Yang family will make trouble for us again. Mo Yen came over to Jianchen's side. Her excitement vanished in the blink of an eye. She said bitterly as if she had been wronged. She changed her expression even faster than flipping through a book. She had been overjoyed just a moment ago, but she had become miserable in the blink of an eye. Don't worry. Yang Kai won't dare to act recklessly in the royal capital in the future. Jianchen smiled as he comforted Mo Yen. Shiyu emerged from her room as well. She said sternly, Patriarch, something huge happened in the divine kingdom of Pingtian while you were in the imperial palace. The heavenly demon religion sent 3 overgods to deal with the Ling family. They've trapped the entire sword-seeking province. What did you say? Jianshan's face changed. He stared at Shiyu closely and asked, when did this happen? What's the situation with the Ling family right now? It's already been half a month. During that time, the 3 overgods from the heavenly demon religion have killed quite a few people in the sword-seeking province. Even the Ling family has lost a few experts. Shiyu became rather stern as well. She continued, while the heavenly demon religion has trapped the Ling family, they've killed a member of the Ling family every day. Now, the Ling family has lost 4 gods and over a dozen deities. If Ling Hogong hadn't appeared, they would have continued killing until they destroyed the entire Ling family or even the entire sword-seeking province. Jianshan's face immediately sank when he heard that the Ling family had actually lost so many godhood experts. A vicious light flickered through his eyes. Since it's already been half a month, have the Divine King and the Grand Imperial Protector not done anything? There are so many overgods in the Divine Kingdom of Pingtian, so have none of them gone to provide assistance? Jianshan growled. Shiyu shook her head. Deep fear appeared in her eyes. They're people from the heavenly demon religion. Who would dare to offend them? Whether it's the Divine King, the Grand Imperial Protector, or the other overgods, none of them have done anything. It looks like they don't plan on assisting the Ling family. But that's to be expected, because once they interfere, they'll basically be opposing the heavenly demon religion. With the heavenly demon religion's strength, they can just send out a few people to wipe them out. Even with the entire Divine Kingdom's strength, they won't be able to fend off a single army from the heavenly demon religion. Didn't the Divine King say that there's no need to fear the heavenly demon religion? Since there's no need to fear them, why isn't he assisting the Ling family? Even if he can't do anything himself due to certain reasons, the Grand Imperial Protector should be able to do something, right? Jianshan murmured. The light in his eyes flickered as he became surprised and doubtful. Or is the Divine King actually trying to get me to oppose the heavenly demon religion so that he can draw out the people behind me to oppose the heavenly demon religion? Jianshan murmured inside. He could not help but think of Fairy Haoyue and Tong Tian, who he had not seen for many years. Jianshan did not know whether his relationship with Fairy Haoyue was just a transaction or if they had gradually become friends. However, Fairy Haoyue's strength was unquestionable. She had been confirmed to be a primordial realm expert in the past. As for Tong Tian, Jianshan only had some personal ties with him, and it was not particularly deep. As a matter of fact, he did not even know this person before the appearance of the Divine King's dwelling. Others don't know about my relationship with Tong Tian. They only saw Tong Tian save me when he was protected by a Divine King. Perhaps it was because of this that made them think about how close my relationship with Tong Tian was, or perhaps they believed that I had some great background. Then, when the Divine King told me that there's no need to fear the heavenly demon religion, did he really have no need to fear them? Or was he purposefully trying to get me to oppose the heavenly demon religion like I guessed? He wanted to draw out Fairy Haoyue and Tong Tian through me so that he could use their strength to deal with the heavenly demon religion? For a moment, Jianshan was rather uncertain about the Divine King's intentions. Chapter 1868. Patriarch, what are you trying to do? Are you going to help the Ling family? That's provoking the heavenly demon religion. You'll become an enemy of the heavenly demon religion. Shiyu was shocked. Her eyes widened as she stared at Jianshan in disbelief. In her opinion, saving the Ling family was definitely the same as saving the Ling family. Although the Patriarch was very powerful, no weaker than Yang Kairuo, who was known as the greatest expert below the Divine King in the Divine Kingdom of Pingtian, even if the 3 overgods who surrounded the Ling family worked together, they would not necessarily be the Patriarch's opponent. However, even though the Patriarch possessed the strength to kill them, doing so would be equivalent to becoming an enemy of the heavenly demon religion. This was no different from courting death to the patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan. Jianshan stared at Shi Yu and said sternly, "I have my own decisions regarding this matter. Shi Yu, leave the royal capital with Mo Yen immediately and return to the Tianyuan clan. I have a mission for you." Afterwards, Jianshan found a brush and ink and wrote down several dozen materials in a hurry. Afterwards, he passed it to Shi Yu and said, "Once you return to the clan, inform all the elders of the clan to gather all the materials on this list as quickly as possible. The more, the better." Shi Yu knew that Jianshan had already made up his mind. Once an overgod made up his mind, it was impossible for her to change his mind. As a result, Shi Yu could only sigh gently inside. She left the royal capital with the list of materials Jianshan had written down with Mo Yen. Jianshan did not stay any longer after Shi Yu and Mo Yen left. After confirming the direction, he hurried off to the sword-seeking province. Jianshan still felt that he was not fast enough as he hurried through the air. He formed a seal with his hand and used the linear lightning release. He turned into a bolt of lightning as he shot off with unbelievable speed. The duration of the linear lightning incantation was very short. Every time it was used, one's speed would only increase for a short instant. But even so, using the linear lightning incantation once would allow one to cross an extremely long distance. Jianshan executed the linear lightning incantation consecutively and flew towards sword-seeking county as fast as he could. The Divine King and the Grand Imperial Protector currently sat in a pavilion in the imperial gardens of the Divine Kingdom of Pingtian. They played chess leisurely. Jianshan has already left the royal capital. He's currently making his way to the sword-seeking province. Just as I expected, he really is going to save the Ling family, the Divine King said confidently. The Grand Imperial Protector raised his head when he heard that. He looked at the Divine King and said, "Pingtian, there's something I don't quite understand. Didn't you say that there was no need to worry about the heavenly demon religion anymore? Since there's no need to worry, why don't you get the commander of the Royal Divine Army, Xiando, to deal with the three overgods? Since you're worried about what trump cards the three overgods of the heavenly demon religion are hiding, and you're worried that Xiando won't be their opponent, why don't you get me to go personally? With my strength, I believe that no matter what trump cards they have, they won't be able to pose any threat to me at all." The Grand Imperial Protector paused when he reached there. He continued, "Or in other words, is it false that there's no need to worry about the heavenly demon religion? Do you want to use this opportunity to draw out the people behind Jianshan? Do you want to borrow their strength to fend off the heavenly demon religion?" The Divine King shook his head. There is indeed no need to worry about the heavenly demon religion now. The people of the empires have indeed been paying attention to the actions of the heavenly demon religion. In the past few years, I've already vaguely sensed several powerful senses of the soul extending over. They're basically all primordial realm experts from the empires. The reason why I don't want you to take action is because both you and Xiando represent the imperial family of our divine kingdom of Pingtian. If you take action, the heavenly demon religion will believe that our divine kingdom of Pingtian is opposing them. With how the heavenly demon religion does things, they'll probably go as far as to fight against our divine kingdom of Pingtian even though they know that they'll come into conflict with the empires to protect their dignity. However, Jianshan is different. His Tianyuan family has only been established for less than a century. Strictly speaking, he's not a part of our divine kingdom of Pingtian. If he takes action against the heavenly demon religion, there's an extremely great chance that we can avoid a war with the heavenly demon religion. The Grand Imperial Protector's eyes lit up when he heard that. He added, "Moreover, Jianshan has a primordial realm expert who has recovered his body behind him, as well as a young master of a great clan who has the Divine King as his bodyguard. If Jianshan really does kill the three overgods, the heavenly demon religion will have to carefully consider whether they should offend a primordial realm expert and a great clan for the deaths of the 3 overgods. Ping Tian, when you suddenly mentioned the heavenly demon religion to Jianxin, did you already know that the heavenly demon religion would come looking for Ling Hogong? The Divine King said, the reason why there's no need to fear the heavenly demon religion is because the empires will step forward to stop them. As for the 3 overgods that have trapped the sword-seeking province, only Jianxin can kill them. It's not suitable for the other overgods to take action. Ping Tian, when Jianxin came last time, you suddenly mentioned the heavenly demon religion. Soon afterwards, there was news that the heavenly demon religion had trapped the sword-seeking province. Did you already know that the people of the heavenly demon religion would come looking for Ling Hogong? The Grand Imperial Protector asked. The Divine King smiled and pointed at the chessboard. It's your turn. In the provincial city of the sword-seeking province, the patriarch of the Ling family, Ling Majian, and the many gods stood in the Ling family with extremely sunken faces. Moreover, there were thousands of clansmen of the Ling family. Their faces had paled long ago. They were ashen and filled with despair. Lu Shan and 2 other early overgod deputies stood on a black cloud in the sky. They hovered in the air as they stared down coldly. Even though this was the divine kingdom of Ping Tian, the 3 of them were fearless and fearless. They did not believe that anyone would step forward to stop them. This was because the 9th army of the heavenly demon religion was stationed in the divine kingdom of 3 cauldrons near the divine kingdom of Ping Tian. Suddenly, a black thread extended from the huge, black net that enveloped the entire provincial city. It directly wrapped around an elder of the Ling family before pulling him into the air. The many elders of the Ling family were powerless to stop this. They could not do anything because this was Lu Shan's method. In the past few days, Lu Shan had already used the same method to brutally kill several elders of the Ling family. Another day has passed. Today we will kill this heavenly deity. Ling Majian, if you ask your ancestor to return, he can still protect this person's life. After all, our original intention wasn't to act against the Ling clan. Lu Shan coldly spoke. Ling Majian closed his eyes in pain. He was filled with grief. After waiting for so many days, there were still no reinforcements from the God Nation. He knew that the Ling family was doomed. However, Ling Majian did not blame anyone. As a matter of fact, this outcome was within his expectations. After all, they were up against the heavenly demon religion. Chapter 1869. Ling Majian, it looks like you've still chosen to give up on this god. Lu Shan stood on the black cloud and said coldly. Then he sighed gently and shook his head in pity. To think that this god was an elder of your Ling family. Even if he didn't contribute much, he still worked hard. However, in the end, he was mercilessly abandoned by your Ling family. You clearly could have saved him and saved him from death, but you chose not to. It looks like all the gods in your clan are worthless in the eyes of the patriarch. How pitiful, how lamentable. As he said that, Lu Shan slowly clenched his hand. The black thread around the god of the Ling family immediately tightened as Lu Shan clenched his hand. The threads were like sharp blades, slowly cutting into the heavenly god's flesh. Fresh blood immediately flowed out, dyeing his entire body red. In the blink of an eye, the god had been reduced to a bloody figure. It was a horrible sight. The black thread under Lu Shan's control clearly could have cut the god to pieces in a single moment. However, he did not plan on dealing with his opponent in a single moment. He purposefully created a shocking scene for the people of the Ling family to see so that he could mentally attack them. Ling Majian, I'll give you 10 more seconds to consider. If you contact Ling Hogong or if Ling Hogong appears, I'll spare this person. Otherwise, this person will definitely be cut to pieces, Lu Shan said coldly. However, he became rather anxious and annoyed inside. So many days had passed, yet he still had not completed the mission that the commander of the 9th Legion, Yan Wuming, had given him. Once he took too long, he would probably make the commander displeased. If you want to kill me, then kill me. I, the old man, am not someone who fears death. Patriarch, you can't contact the ancestor. The ancestor can't come back. He can't appear here. As long as the ancestor is still here, even if the Ling family is destroyed today, it can be rebuilt in the future. The god wrapped around by the black thread roared out furiously. He did not fear death at all. You're looking to die. Lu Shan's face sank. Killing intent filled his eyes as he glared at the god. Ah! That heavenly deity let out a miserable shriek. The black threads had already penetrated deep into his flesh, cutting into his bones like sharp blade. He could even feel all the bones in his body breaking apart, even his head was no exception. Everyone from the Ling family closed their eyes, unwilling to see this scene. Their faces were filled with sorrow, and a few elders even shed tears of sorrow. Stop! Suddenly, a voice rang out from the distance. At first, the voice was very weak, as soft as a mosquito's. However, it rapidly grew at an unbelievable speed. When the final word rang out, it had already turned into a bolt of heavenly thunder, descending from the sky in a mighty manner. The terrifying sound waves even turned into ripples visible to the naked eye. As they spread out, they actually caused the entire city to tremble slightly. Before the countless people in the city could react, a resplendent streak of light suddenly flew over from the distant sky. It shone with endless light, illuminating the entire world like the scorching sun in the sky. The streak of light was just too bright. Before it, the black clouds condensed from demonic aura that enveloped the sword-seeking province paled in comparison. The streak of light moved extremely quickly, shooting over from the distance. In a flash, it had crossed an extremely great distance and arrived above the sword-seeking province. Without slowing down at all, it directly collided with the huge, black net that enveloped the sword-seeking province. Boom! Amidst the deafening sound, the black net that Lu Shan had laid down was directly torn apart by the sword light, creating a huge hole that was at least 100 feet in diameter. The sword light rushed into the county city of swordsmanship-seeking county in an unstoppable manner. The black net was a medium-quality saint artifact. Lu Shan had already refined it, becoming one with his life. As a result, Lu Shan was affected by the destruction of the black net. His face immediately paled, and he produced a grunt that he had hidden extremely well. His body trembled violently as well. Lu Shan was injured, while the god from the Ling family who was bound by the black threads managed to escape. He directly fell from the sky and was caught by another god of the Ling family. The streak of light dispersed in the city, revealing a white-robed young man who seemed to be in his 20s. The young man was the patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan, Jianchen. At this moment, the light around Jianchen was withdrawn. He hovered above the Ling family like an ordinary person. He stared at the three overgods of the heavenly demon religion from afar as his eyes shone with cold light. All the elders of the Ling family were stunned when they saw Jianchen hover in the sky. Mixed emotions filled their faces. There was joy and surprise, but there were also sighs. The elders who sighed naturally did not wish for Jianchen to come. If that happened, the Tianyuan family would have offended the heavenly demon religion as well. This is... An elder could not help but cry out. However, as soon as he said that, Ling Majian covered his mouth firmly. We are the 9th army of the heavenly demon religion, directly under the command of our commander, Yan Wuming. Who are you? How dare you interfere with the matters of our heavenly demon religion? Do you want to become enemies with our heavenly demon religion? One of Lu Shan's deputies said coldly. His gaze was piercing. Heavenly demon religion, you've gone too far. You slaughter a group of people who are only gods at most with your strength as overgods. Since you like slaughtering the weak so much, I'll let the three of you experience that today, Jianchen said coldly. His face was sunken and filled with killing intent. The senses of his soul had already enveloped the entire sword-seeking province. He discovered that over 1,000 other people had died to Lu Shan's hands aside from the Ling family. Every single one of them had died in an extremely miserable state, having been cut into countless pieces. With a thought, the high-quality saint artifact, the startling rainbow sword, appeared in Jianshan's hand. Although he could kill the 3 overgods even without the startling rainbow sword with his current strength, he wanted to end the battle quickly. The face of the early overgod who had spoken earlier sank. Just when he was about to speak, Jianshan had already struck out. He was swift and decisive. He suddenly arrived before one of the early overgods and directly stabbed the startling rainbow sword towards the early overgod's forehead. Jianshan's presence changed drastically at that moment as well. His presence surged as his sword shone brightly. He seemed to have fused with the sword in his hand, controlling the laws of the sword. He was like a god of the sword. The early overgod's expression changed drastically. He felt like his presence had been locked onto by Jianshan's attack. Every inch of space around him seemed to be filled with invisible sword qi, making him feel like he could not dodge. In that split second, the early overgod reacted quickly. He unleashed his demonic attacks as demonic aura surged from him. He suddenly swung out with a huge, 2-handed sword wrapped in black flames. However, how could he be Jianshan's opponent? As soon as they came in contact, he felt a terrifying, irresistible energy surge over. It directly knocked his huge sword away. The deputy general spat out a mouthful of blood as his face paled. He was extremely shocked. In just a single exchange of blows, he had suffered extremely severe injuries. Late overgod, the lieutenant cried out. He also knew that this was definitely not a regular late overgod. However, that was all he could say. As soon as he finished speaking, Jianshan stabbed out with lightning speed a second time. It was a simple strike, but it seemed to possess the mysteries of endless laws, making it seem like it possessed the might of the heavens. Chapter 1870. Lu Shan and the other early overgods still had yet to return to their senses even when the early overgod's head had been pierced by Jianshan's sword. It was not just the 2 of them. Even the countless people gathered in the city below, as well as all the young and old of the Ling family, were stunned. Their eyes all widened in disbelief. Fast. It was just too fast. From when Jianshan struck out to when he killed the early overgod, just far too little time had passed. It was so short that many people found it hard to believe. Overgods, even early overgods, were unreachable existences to the people in the provincial city who were only gods at most. As long as a clan possessed an overgod, they could instantly become a peak clan in a divine kingdom. But now, with just 2 swords, he had killed an existence that was unreachable in their eyes. The time it took from start to finish was less than a breath, or even a second at most. In just a second, he had killed an early overgod. This scene deeply shocked everyone. Why, you dare to kill an overgod of our heavenly demon religion? Our heavenly demon religion will never spare you. Lu Shan and the other deputy were shocked. They stared at Jianshan in fear as they tried to act tough. Jianshan had struck out suddenly, and he was extremely fast as well. They were unable to save him in time. Moreover, what shocked them even more was Jianshan's strength. His strength was so great that even among late overgods, he was at the very peak. Jianshan had indeed benefited greatly from his trip to the royal collection. In particular, the scroll containing the comprehensions and experiences of a god-king who had comprehended the laws of the sword left behind by a god-king at the very least benefited Jianshan greatly. He gained some new insights, allowing his comprehension of the laws of the sword to increase slightly once again. Of course, this was nowhere near enough for him to break through to the partial achievement of sword spirit. He remained at the partial achievement of sword spirit right now. However, it was obvious that his comprehension of the sword Tao had led to an increase in combat strength. Jianshan did not stop at all. He drew the startling rainbow sword, and sword chi filled the air as he shot towards the mid-overgod Lu Shan. He was unstoppable. Lu Shan's expression became extremely solemn. With a thought, the black net that enveloped the swordsmanship-seeking county suddenly tightened. In an instant, it turned into a black rope that burned with black demonic flames. As Lu Shan waved his arm, the rope turned into a black streak of light and was pulled out. At the same time, the other early overgod deputy struck out as well. He held a black spike in his hand, which was also enveloped by a layer of demonic flames. He used a truth-tier battle skill without any hesitation. The black spike expanded to several meters in a single instant. It pulsed with the powerful energy of an overgod. Under the vice-general's control, it stabbed towards Jianchen as hard as it could. It was a shocking sight. However, even when Lu Shan and the vice-general worked together, they were still not Jianchen's opponent. The disparity in their strength was just too great. Jianchen severed the black net in Lu Shan's hand with a single stroke, destroying the medium-quality Saint artifact. Lu Shan vomited blood as a mist of blood filled the air. He stabbed towards the other vice-general with lightning speed with his second attack. He directly used a regular method to fend off the battle skill. Boom! With a boom, the battle skill the vice-general used was dispersed by Jianchen. A deep cut had even appeared on his spike, which was also a medium-quality Saint artifact. It had almost split in half. Spurt! The early overgod also vomited blood. His face became extremely pale at that moment. With his strength clashing head-on with Jianchen, who had basically reached the peak of overgod, was no different from trying to strike a rock with an egg. Lu Shan and the other vice-general were shocked. They glanced at the cold and murderous Jianchen in fear and made a decision together. They immediately took out a teleportation formation disk from their space rings and activated it as quickly as possible. A vicious light flickered through Jianchen's eyes when he saw the two of them flee. He snorted coldly, "You won't be able to escape that easily." With that, the startling rainbow sword shone brightly. At that moment, the startling rainbow sword seemed to possess a mind of its own, flying out of Jianchen's hand and stabbing towards the vice-general with great speed. Daluo's sword. At the same time, Jianchen called out. He formed a seal with his right hand, and a golden strand of sword chi condensed above his head. It turned into a golden streak of light and shot towards Lu Shan with lightning-like speed. Jianchen controlled the sword with his soul. Before the early overgod could activate the teleportation formation disk completely, the white streak of light from the startling rainbow sword pierced through his forehead, wiping out his soul immediately. Lu Shan was no exception. Even though he activated the teleportation formation disk extremely quickly, Jianchen's Daluo sword chi was even faster. Before he could activate the teleportation formation disk, the golden Daluo sword chi had cut off his head. Under the violent sweep of the sword chi, his head directly exploded in the air. His soul was wiped out as well. Even his soul failed to escape. The three overgods of the heavenly demon religion had all died. None of them had managed to escape. Countless people in the sword-seeking province below raised their heads to look at the sky. They were stunned, and many of them had even become extremely pale. They had become pale from fright. In just a few seconds, they had personally witnessed three powerful overgods being slain by someone with lightning speed. Many of them felt like they were dreaming. It did not seem real. The impact on their minds was unprecedentedly great. Such a thought even appeared in the minds of many people. Overgods were actually so weak. Jianchen stowed the startling rainbow sword away. His face remained the same as before. He glanced at the sword-seeking province below before looking at the patriarch of the Ling family, Ling Majian. He said, "The heavenly demon religion probably won't just let this matter go. For the sake of the continuation of the clan, it's best if your Ling family makes preparations to relocate." Everyone in the Ling family looked at Jianchen with admiration and deep gratitude. Ling Majian even bowed deeply towards Jianchen with everyone in the clan. He said, "Our Ling family will never forget seniors' kindness. We will consider relocating the clan carefully. After all, this matter is just too important. We can't make a rash decision." Ling Majian did not dare to mention Jianchen's name. He was worried that too many people would hear it and the heavenly demon religion would learn about it, which would lead to trouble for the Tianyuan family. Although he knew that he could not hide this matter for very long, and the heavenly demon religion could easily find the culprit if they wanted to, the later the heavenly demon religion learned that the culprit was the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan, Jianchen, the better. Jianchen said nothing more. After removing the space rings from the three overgods, he did not even check what was inside. He directly left the sword-seeking province. After Jianchen's departure, the patriarch of the Ling family, Ling Majian, stared at the elders beside him sternly. He communicated with them secretly, sternly warning them not to reveal that the three elders of the heavenly demon religion had been killed by Jianchen. Chapter 1871. The news of the three overgods from the heavenly demon religion that surrounded the sword-seeking province spread through the entire divine kingdom of Pingtian in the shortest amount of time possible. It immediately caused a great uproar in the divine kingdom. All the clans with overgods were shocked. They all guessed who this person was, since he was bold enough to kill people from the heavenly demon religion. Moreover, the people he had killed were three overgod. Even to a large organization like the heavenly demon religion, overgods were not insignificant figures. They possessed some status. Not only did the deaths of the three overgods from the Empyrean demon cult cause an uproar in the divine kingdom of Pingtian, but it even reached the nearby divine kingdoms in an extremely short amount of time. No matter who it was, they were all stunned by the news. On one hand, they admired the person's courage, and on the other hand, they were amazed by the person's strength. He had actually killed three overgods in such a short amount of time. Even many late overgods might not be able to achieve something like that. He killed three overgods in just a few seconds, and one of them was a mid-overgod. Was the person who did it the divine king? That's just a rumor. Perhaps the three overgods from the heavenly demon religion really were killed by a single person, but it's definitely not as exaggerated as the rumor, where the battle ended in just a few seconds. It's probably exaggerated by the rumor. Discussions like that rang out everywhere. Basically all the people above the 9th layer believed that the rumor had been exaggerated, while the people who had reached the 1st layer doubted it. Jian Chen's strength has actually reached such a level. It's unbelievable. It's truly unbelievable. The commander of the Royal Divine Army, Xian Dou, sighed in amazement as he stood in the study of the general's estate. He could not help but think of the first time he had met Jianchen. Back then, he had personally witnessed Jianchen defeat Weiner Yen. He was only a mid-overgod. The second time they met, it had only been a few tens of years, but Jianchen already possessed the strength to fight Yang Kai, and the speed at which his strength improved caused him to be flabbergasted. But now, Jianchen had actually killed three overgods of the heavenly demon religion in such a short amount of time. His strength was even greater than when he fought Yang Kai. Could it be that Jianchen's strength is growing all the time? If this continues, it won't be long before he can enter the ranks of the Divine King. Xian Dou sighed emotionally. He didn't believe the rumors. Instead, he had planted people outside Sword-Seek province who were constantly in control of the situation. Thus, even if he didn't know everything that happened in Sword-Seeking County, he was very close. The Tianyuan family is not to be trifled with in the future. At the same time, the ancestors of a few overgod organizations in the divine kingdom of Pingtian warned their subordinates sternly. They feared Jianchen to the extreme. In the Yang family, the ancestor of the Yang family, Yang Kai, was heavily injured after his battle with Jianchen. He did not recover as quickly as Jianchen. Even after ingesting healing pills, he still needed some time to make a full recovery. At this moment, when Yang Kai heard that Jianchen had killed 3 overgods of the heavenly demon religion, he immediately sneered. He said sternly, "How can the people of the heavenly demon religion be killed so easily? Moreover, they're 3 overgods. The heavenly demon religion will never let this matter rest. Moreover, this matter is connected to a vice leader of the heavenly demon religion to a certain degree. Jianchen, you've really done it now. It'll be difficult for you to avoid death." Yang Kai took pleasure in Yang Kai's misfortune. Jianchen had already returned to the Tianyuan family in the Dong'an province. At this moment, the discussion hall of the Tianyuan family had been enveloped by a barrier and formation. Not only did it cut off the sounds inside, but it also cut off the senses of the soul from the outside world. Jianchen sat on the patriarch's throne in luxurious white robes in the discussion hall very casually. Below him sat over 20 people of various ages. The youngest seemed to be around 14 or 15. They were still underage. The older ones had a head of silver hair and hunched backs. They were in their twilight years. These people were the upper echelon of the Tianyuan family. All of them were gods. The youngest among them was a white-robed young man. His face was cold and his eyes shone brightly. He gave off a vague presence of slaughter. Even though there was still a trace of immaturity on his face that had yet to be removed, sitting there, he caused many people present to cast fearful gazes at him. During the years that Jianchen had been gone, the Tianyuan family had rapidly strengthened. Many gods had joined the Tianyuan family out of admiration, becoming elders. This was why the Tianyuan family possessed so many gods today. Jianchen glanced down and in the end, his gaze landed on the young man who only seemed to be 14 or 15 years old. He could not help but smile. He felt gratified. This was because the young man in white was the white tiger. He had become a god now. Even though he was only an early god, a few of the mid-gods present were rather fearful of him. Aside from them, Shiyu, Mo Ling, Ando Fu, and a few gods from the Nanyun clan, one of the 3 great clans of the Dong'an province, were present as well. The Nanyun clan had completely become a part of the Tianyuan family now. Originally, they had joined the Tianyuan family in hopes of being able to rely on an overgod and find a powerful backer. However, they had indeed benefited greatly after joining the Tianyuan family. They had benefited greatly. All of the cultivation methods they practiced were overgod-level cultivation methods that Jianchen had left behind. I believe everyone knows that the 3 overgods of the heavenly demon religion have been killed. The Tianyuan family might not be peaceful in the future. I've gathered everyone here today to give you a choice. You can decide whether you want to stay or leave. If you want to leave, I won't stop you, Jianchen said sternly. A few of the elders present hesitated. In the end, a few of them chose to leave, leaving the Tianyuan family. And these celestial deity realm elders that left actually accounted for more than half of the total number. However, Nanyun Tong and the others chose to stay without any hesitation at all. They were very confident in Jianchen. They knew that Jianchen would definitely find a way to survive this crisis. Moreover, the Tianyuan family had treated them like one of their own. They had gradually developed a sense of belonging with the Tianyuan family. Now that the clan was in danger, it was time for them to demonstrate their loyalty. Mo Ling and Ando Fu also chose to stay without any hesitation. To the 2 of them, perhaps their feelings for the Tianyuan family were even deeper than Jianchen's feelings for them. This was because Jianchen rarely took care of things. Basically, every single brick, tile, and tree here had been constructed under the 2 of them. This was equivalent to a brand new home to them. Jianchen's expression did not change at all when he saw that there were only 10 gods left apart from the white tiger. He said, "All right. Since you're not planning to leave and would rather die with the Tianyuan family, I, Jianchen, promise you that if we can survive this crisis successfully, I will definitely not mistreat you in the future." "Shiyu, have you collected the materials I asked you to?" Jianchen looked at Shiyu. Shiyu took out a space ring and passed it to Jianchen. She said, "Patriarch, I've gathered all the materials that can be collected from the elders. They're all in this space ring. Moreover, we've sent some people to the other provincial cities to collect them as well. I believe a second batch of materials will arrive soon." Chapter 1872. Jianchen sat in a secret room in the forbidden grounds of the Tianyuan family. He took out various materials from his space ring one by one. At the same time, he activated the chaotic force in his dantian and burned his chaotic flames to refine the materials. The materials he had Shiyu collect were all for casting down the teleportation formation. Even though the Divine King had said that there was no need to fear the heavenly demon religion and that there would be people from the Empire to stop them even if they did invade the Divine Kingdom of Pingtian en masse. However, Jianchen had no idea how much of the Divine King's words could be trusted. Moreover, even if the Divine King was telling the truth, he could not place all his hopes on the distant empires. He needed to choose a path of retreat for himself so that the heavenly demon religion could destroy the Tianyuan family. Right now, the best path of retreat before me is through the teleportation formation. I need to cast down the teleportation formation as soon as possible. If the heavenly demon religion invades, the Tianyuan family will be able to leave through the teleportation formation, Jianchen thought. Several materials hovered before him as chaotic flames burned between his hands. He was completely focused on forging the materials for the teleportation formation. Fortunately, he was not casting down a teleportation formation that could cross worlds, planes, or regions. It was only a teleportation formation that could cross the distance of a single divine kingdom. It was not of particularly high quality, so it did not require a great understanding of teleportation formations. With Jianchen's current grasp and familiarity with teleportation formations, he believed that he would be able to cast down a teleportation formation that could cross the distance between divine kingdoms before long. Naturally, casting down a teleportation formation of this level did not require a great amount of materials. As a result, there were over 100 sets of materials in his space ring. Every single set was enough to cast down a teleportation formation. 3 days later, Jianchen finished forging over 100 sets of materials for the teleportation formation. Without pausing at all, he immediately began to try and formally cast down the teleportation formation in the secret room. Boom, boom, boom. In the following period of time, Jianchen's secret room constantly boomed. This was the sound of the teleportation formation failing. The energy in the formation had gone out of control, resulting in explosions. Although the transfer array scroll had allowed Jianchen's understanding and mastery of transfer arrays to a whole new level, there was still a long way to go before he could set up a complete transfer array. This journey required Jianchen to accumulate experience through repeated failures. There's slightly more skyflower stones. The array cores are arranged in the wrong order. This time, the teleportation formation was activated too quickly, causing the power of teleportation to go berserk and destroy the entire formation. Inside the secret room, Jianchen was already covered in dust, but he didn't notice it at all. He tirelessly set up the teleportation formation, accumulating experience from his failures. Every time he failed, Jianchen's understanding of the teleportation formation would increase. Every time he failed, Jianchen would accumulate extremely valuable experience. Gradually, Jianchen's teleportation formation became closer and closer to completion. The number of times it exploded gradually decreased as well. Half a month later, when Jianchen finished setting up the final set of materials, the gloomy secret room suddenly lit up. A powerful teleportation force permeated the entire room. A formation that was 10 meters in diameter appeared on the floor of the secret room. It was complicated and profound, radiating with dazzling light. It disturbed the space there, causing the space in the secret room to fluctuate unstably. Spatial ripples appeared. "It's done," The light in Jianqin's eyes shone brightly. He was filled with excitement. He had finally finished setting up the last set of materials. Unlike on the Tianyuan continent, the teleportation formations he had cast down on the Tianyuan continent only served as coordinates and guide. They were like lanterns in the dark, guiding him home so that he would not get lost. However, the teleportation formation he had cast down could truly teleport people away. It was so vast that it could directly cross over to a divine kingdom. Of course, Jianqin still needed to cast down the other end of the teleportation formation. However, he had already used up all the materials he possessed. If he wanted to cast down a second teleportation formation, he needed to get the materials from Shiyu. Jianqin emerged from seclusion. When he emerged from the secret room, he discovered that Shiyu was already waiting outside. She held a space ring tightly in her hand. Aside from Shiyu, there were also the people who had come to the Saints' World with Jianqin from the Tianyuan continent. Houston, the White Tiger, Shangguan Xiao Jin, Xiao Ling, Ruijin, Blackfish, Honglian, Newbies, Xiongzhong, Qing Jingyun, and so on had all gathered there. Uncle Xiao, you've actually become a god as well. Houston looked to be in his 70s, but his face was ruddy and full of vigor. He was no longer the snow-white-haired man of the past. His unrestrained white hair that casually draped over his back had already turned crimson red. Paired with his blood-red robe that seemed to have been dyed in blood, his entire person seemed to imperceptibly reveal the aura of a demon. Jianqin was not surprised by Houston's demonic presence because he was the one who had personally given the amigami to Houston. Houston practiced the demonic cultivation method, so he naturally possessed some demonic presence. However, what did surprise him was that Houston's rate of improvement was just too fast. It could be described as heaven-defying. This was because Houston had not even reached godhood when he had first arrived in the Saints' World. Now, he had become a god in less than 100 years. If news of this made it out, it would truly be rather shocking. It's all thanks to the item you gave me. It's all because of it that my strength can improve so quickly, Houston said emotionally. Only he understood just how precious the amigami that Jianqin had given him was. It was a treasure that had changed his fate. Whenever Houston cultivated, the amigami would derive the mysteries of supreme laws and pass them on personally, allowing Houston's comprehension of laws to skyrocket. It was extremely shocking. You've actually become a late god. Afterwards, Jianqin looked at the purple-dressed Shangguan, who possessed an otherworldly presence. He was surprised once again. However, Jianqin understood very soon. Shangguan was the mother of the innate chaotic body. She was blessed by the heavens and protected by the world, so her rate of cultivation was naturally extremely fast. If she did not die, she would definitely become an immortal emperor in the future. Jianqin looked around and discovered that only the White Tiger, Houston, and Shangguan had become gods. The others had all stepped into the human celestial realm. Out of the 4 people from the world of Forsaken Saints, only Xiongzhong and Qing Jingyun had become early deities. The other 2 remained at returnants. Patriarch, these are all the materials we've collected in the past few days. At this moment, Shiyu passed the space ring in her hand to Jianqin. Her expression was rather ugly. Jianqin accepted the space ring and immediately frowned. Why are there so few? There's only around 30 portions? Patriarch, we originally wanted to buy far more than that, but some accidents happened to the people we sent out to buy the materials. Over 20 groups of people were killed in the wilderness, and all the materials we bought from other provincial cities were stolen. We suffered quite a loss. If it weren't for Elder Houston and Elder Siyu, who managed to retrieve some of the materials, we probably would have obtained even less, said Shiyu. A gleam of light flashed through Jianqin's eyes when he heard that. Killing intent flickered and he growled. Do you know who did it? Houston said, we still don't know who they are. We only know that they were all deities, and there were even gods who moved against us. Sacred Feather and I have also captured 2 heavenly gods and a few deities, but these people would rather self-detonate than reveal their identities. Who's Siyu? Jianshan could not help but become slightly doubtful when he heard the name Siyu for the second time. This was because he had never heard of the name before. Brother, Siyu is me, said the white tiger. The little white tiger opened its mouth to speak. My mother originally gave me a name, but I thought it didn't sound good, so I gave myself a name not long ago. Jianshan nodded with a smile. The white tiger's original form was rather extraordinary, and his bloodline was very powerful. He was able to directly break through to the origin realm even when he was sealed in the lower world, so he probably possessed a great background. He was indeed worthy of the title of saint. Moreover, he had a pair of wings on his back, so the title of Feather was extremely appropriate. However, what Jianshan did not know was that the white tiger's original form was not actually the winged tiger. The winged tiger was only a title given to him by the people of the lower world. His true identity was the Siyu Tiger Emperor with an extremely powerful bloodline. The name Siyu clearly came from the white tiger. It came from the first 2 words of Siyu Tiger Emperor. Jianshan said after a moment of thought, as long as they've reached godhood, whether they're deities or gods, they should possess some fame in the divine kingdom of Pingtian. Haven't you found any clues? Shiyu said, we've thought of that a long time ago, and we've sent people to investigate, but we still found nothing. It's as if no one knows about the existence of these godhood experts. Or in other words, they don't come from the divine kingdom of Pingtian. They don't even come from the nearby divine kingdoms. Shiyu paused when she reached there. She hesitated slightly before adding, however, Nanyun Tong said that a few long-established over-god organizations all possess some hidden forces. As a result, we're guessing that the godhood experts who attacked us while we were purchasing materials are the hidden forces of a large clan. Is it the Yang family? Or the Mo family of the divine kingdom of Qingyang? Jianshan murmured as the light in his eyes flickered. The only over-god organizations he had grievances with were the Wainer clan, the Yang family, and the Mo family. Jianshan directly ruled out the Wainer clan because they did not possess such a heritage. Chapter 1873. Be careful in the next few days. At the same time, it's best if the clansmen don't leave the Dong'an province. The Tianyuan family is currently facing a lot of trouble. There's probably a few organizations who know that we don't have the energy to deal with them right now, so they're purposefully creating some problems for us, Jianshan said coldly. His eyes were as sharp as swords. The fact that someone from the Tianyuan family had been attacked had already aroused killing intent in him. This was because the importance of the materials for the teleportation formation to the Tianyuan family went without saying. It would directly affect the fate of the Tianyuan family. Shangguan Muir, Houston, Siyu, and the others were extremely stern. After learning about the power of the heavenly demon religion, all of them had realized just how great the threat the Tianyuan family faced was. Suddenly, Jianshan's face changed. He beamed and said, "A friend has returned. Let's go and receive him." Afterwards, Jianshan led the people from the Tianyuan continent out of the forbidden grounds. They directly arrived at the entrance of the Tianyuan family. At this moment, a middle-aged man stood outside the entrance of the Tianyuan clan. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to be in his 40s. His black hair draped over his shoulders and reached his waist. His appearance was very ordinary, and he belonged to the type that would not attract any attention if thrown into a crowd. He wore a simple black suit and carried a simple black iron sword on his back. The Spirit King. The Spirit King has returned. When Xiong Zhong and the others saw the middle-aged man, they were immediately overjoyed. They became overjoyed. The middle-aged man was Shun Jian, who had left several decades ago. Shun Jian, you sure have picked a bad time to return. Jianshan looked at Shun Jian. Even though he had a smile on his face, It was impossible to tell whether it was a smile of joy or a smile of bitterness. However, he could already tell that Shun Jian was an overgod. Shun Jian met Jianshan's gaze. His indifferent gaze possessed a sharpness that was as sharp as a sword. Originally, I didn't plan on returning so soon, but you killed 3 overgods from the heavenly demon religion, so I had no choice but to return early. Shin Jian's expression did not change at all as he said calmly. Afterwards, he glanced past Xiong Zhong and the others and nodded slightly. Jian Chun chuckled. All right, since you're willing to jump into this pit of fire, let's struggle in it together. Come, let's go in first. Jian Chun and Shin Jian sat before each other in a secret room of the Tian Yuan clan. Only the 2 of them were present in the room. The heavenly demon religion is powerful. You've killed 3 of their overgods, so they probably won't just let the matter go. How do you plan on dealing with them? Shin Jian directly cut to the chase. Isn't it just a matter of dealing with whatever comes our way? If we can't stop them, we can only retreat and move everyone in the clan away through the teleportation formation, Jianshan said. He did not hide anything from Shin Jian. He told him his plan. At the same time, he told Shin Jian everything he had heard from the Divine King without missing a single detail. Shin Jian said after some thought, the crux of the problem right now is whether the Divine King's words are reliable or not. If it really is as the Divine King has said, that the people of the Empire will take action once the heavenly demon religion invades the Divine Kingdom of Pingtian, there's no need for us to worry too much. It doesn't matter whether the Divine King's words are reliable or not, but we can't place our hopes on others. Jianshan said. He stared at Shin Jian with shining eyes and said sternly, I've already cast down the teleportation formation in the Tianyuan family, but I still need to cast down a teleportation formation on the other side. Only then can we teleport to the safe location I've chosen. Originally, I was worried that someone would move against the Tianyuan family after I left. Now that you're here, I don't have to worry at all. Shin Jian nodded. Go without worries. Leave the safety of this place to me. However, activating the teleportation formation requires energy. There are so many people in the clan, so it'll take quite a lot of divine crystals to teleport them all away, Jianshan said. He immediately took out the space rings he had obtained from the 3 overgods of the heavenly demon religion. He checked them and discovered that there were close to 20 blocks of high-grade divine crystals in there. Aside from that, there were some scattered mid-grade divine crystals as well. Keep these divine crystals. If the people of the heavenly demon religion come, use these divine crystals to support the teleportation formation. Jianshan passed half of the divine crystals to Shin Jian before leaving the room. Afterwards, Jianshan found Shangguan Mu and the others. He left all the divine crystals on him to them before leaving the Tianyuan family silently. He searched for a path of retreat. The divine kingdom of Pingtian is connected to the divine kingdom of Qingyang. Once I pass through the divine kingdom of Qingyang, I'll reach the divine kingdom of Datian. Once I pass through the divine kingdom of Datian, I'll pass through a mountain range, and I'll reach the heavenly moon empire. Jianshan flew through the clouds as quickly as he could as he thought of a path of retreat. With the strength of the Empyrean demon cult, it'll be useless whether our Tian Yuan clan retreats to the divine kingdom of Qingyang or the divine kingdom of Datian. It looks like only the heavenly moon empire can make the Empyrean demon cult fear us. My target this time is the heavenly moon empire. Jianshan immediately used the linear lightning release after making up his mind. He turned into a bolt of lightning and hurried off as quickly as he could. Before long, Jianshan left the divine kingdom of Pingtian and arrived in the divine kingdom of Qingyang. He chose a desolate mountain range with few people and cast down a teleportation formation in a hidden cave before continuing on his way. Ancestor of the Mo family, I'll be back for that item of mine very soon. Jianshan looked in the direction of the Mo family from afar, and killing intent flickered through his eyes. He turned into a streak of light and hurried off to the divine kingdom of Datian. Jianshan passed through the divine kingdom of Qingyang as quickly as he could as he hurried off. He passed by the foot of the Een Mountains of Seven's Despair and entered the divine kingdom of Datian. He found another hidden place to cast down a teleportation formation before hurrying off to the Heavenly Moon Empire. Along the way there were a few twists and turns. They were attacked several times by vicious beasts. There were also a few times when they directly charged into the formations set up by bandits. Some of the bandits were so powerful that they had even reached late God. However, these twists and turns were nothing with Jianshan's current strength. He dealt with them with a raise of his hand. However, if it were a god, they would probably die. Finally, 10 days after Jianshan left the Tianyuan family, he entered the territory of the Heavenly Moon Empire. He did not enter any cities either. He cast down a final teleportation formation in the desolate mountain range. The moment the final teleportation formation was cast down, Jianshan finally let out a sigh of relief. The Tianyuan family's path of retreat had finally been paved. Chapter 1874. After 2 teleportations, Jianshan appeared in the divine kingdom of Qingyang. Only when the bright white light from the teleportation formation had completely faded away did he step out of the teleportation formation, leaving the cave where the teleportation formation was hidden. Jianshan shot into the sky like a cannonball from the cave. He appeared 10,000 meters above the ground in a single instance, standing proudly above the clouds. A map appeared in his hand. After finding the location of the Mo family, he directly made his way over. The Tianyuan family faced the threat of the heavenly demon religion. Jianshan needed to increase his strength as much as he could at a time like this. If he wanted to break through with his chaotic body, the amount of energy required was just too shocking. It was impossible for him to break through without sufficient resources. Although he had made some slight progress with the laws of the sword in the library, breaking through to the major achievement of sword spirit was still not something he could achieve in a short amount of time. The only thing left that could be used to increase his strength was the damaged god's armor. Although the god artifact was heavily damaged, it was still a god artifact after all. If he wore it, it would increase his defenses slightly. As Jianshan made his way to the Mo family, a huge city stood silently on the scarlet ground in the distant divine kingdom of 3 cauldrons. It was enveloped by layers of powerful formations, giving off extremely powerful pulses of energy. The city walls were filled with armored soldiers. There were also a few people of different ages mixed in with them in luxurious robes. However, without exception, all of them had rather haggard faces and were stained with traces of blood. There were even some people who were completely soaked in blood. It was impossible to tell whether it was the blood of others or their own. This was the imperial capital of the divine kingdom of 3 cauldrons. At the same time, it was the only symbol of the divine kingdom of 3 cauldrons. Over the years of war, the imperial capital of the divine kingdom of 3 cauldrons had been reduced to ruins. Even with the protection of powerful divine king-level formations, there were still many places that were covered in thick crack. The land around the royal capital was dyed red with blood, forming rivers that flowed on the ground. Countless corpses were piled up like mountains, and the air was filled with the thick smell of blood. This was because 4 hours ago, the final resistance of the divine kingdom of 3 cauldrons had once again erupted in an intense battle with the 9th army of the heavenly demon religion. We can't hold on much longer. 3 streaks of light hovered in the air above the imperial capital of the divine kingdom of 3 cauldrons. They shone like the sun, and a tremendous presence radiated from them. However, this aura was clearly a little strong on the outside but weak on the inside. These were the strongest forces in the divine kingdom of 3 cauldrons, 3 divine king-level experts. No reinforcements, no hope. The heavens want to destroy my divine kingdom of 3 cauldrons. The heavenly demon religion is brimming with ambition. Their methods are bloody and cruel. They have already destroyed many divine kingdoms in the past few years. Why hasn't the Empire stepped in? The three divine king hovered in the air as they spoke with deep voices. Their figures were enveloped by dazzling light, and the laws of the world revolved around them, blurring their figures. It was impossible to see them clearly. 5 kilometers away from the three of them, the sky was gloomy. Black clouds covered the sky as a demonic aura permeated the surroundings. A group of soldiers in black armor stood coldly on the ground. Even though there were not many of them, they pressured the divine kingdom of 3 cauldrons to the point of suffocating. They were the 9th army of the heavenly demon religion. Even though the 9th army only had 100,000 people, it was just this 100,000 people that were enough to sweep through an army of 10 million from any divine kingdom. The commander of the 9th army, Yen Wuming, stood in the air with his arms crossed in front of the heavenly demon religion. He also wore armor, and his cape fluttered wildly in the fierce wind. Divine kingdom of 3 cauldrons, we've already found a way to destroy your formations. When we attack next time, I'll wipe you out in a single stroke. Let's go. Yen Wuming sneered. Demonic aura surged from him, and he remained composed as he faced the 3 divine king. He did not treat them with any importance at all. The 9th army of the heavenly demon religion retreated and set up camp 100 kilometers away. Yen Wuming gathered his generals in the commander's tent to discuss the battle. Suddenly, an illusory figure of a handsome young man wearing a white robe appeared out of thin air in the commander's tent. Yen Wuming, it's been so many days. Have you caught that person called Ling Hogong? As soon as the illusionary young man appeared, he stared at Yen Wuming coldly as if he was judging him. His voice was sinister. Yen Wuming's face sank. He slammed the table and stood up, calling out mercilessly, "Protector Tsing, since when do I need to report to you? Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that? Do you want me to destroy your soul with a single slap?" The young man sneered. "Yen Wuming, there's obviously no need for you to report to me. However, there's a piece of news that I think I should tell you. Stop being so wishy-washy. If you have something to say, spit it out. Once you're done, piss off." Yen Wuming was extremely irritable. The over-god generals gathered in the tent all shrunk their neck. They did not even dare to breathe too loudly in the argument between Yen Wuming and Protector Tsing, let alone make a sound. Vice Leader Huaiyan has already emerged from seclusion. He has personally asked about this matter. "Yen Wuming, don't blame me for not warning you. If you don't handle this matter properly, once the Vice Sect Master blames you, you won't be able to bear the consequences." Protector Tsing sneered. After throwing down those words, he disappeared. Yen Wuming's face suddenly became stern after Protector Tsing's departure. He glanced below and said in a rough voice, "Lu Shan has been gone for so long, so why hasn't he returned? Can't he even deal with a mere early overgod?" The generals below all looked at one another. In the past few days, their 9th army had been fighting against the divine kingdom of 3 cauldrons, so they naturally did not receive the news that Lu Shan and the other 2 overgods had died. Report. Suddenly, a messenger ran in and knelt down on one knee. He said politely, "Commander, we've just received news that Commander Lu Shan and his 2 lieutenants have been killed by Jianchen in the divine kingdom of Pingtian." "What? Lu Shan has been killed? How dare you?" Yen Wuming stood up. His presence surged as killing intent surged. He said coldly, "Who is this Jianchen? He's someone who dares to kill my people." "Commander, this is all the information regarding Jianchen." The messenger passed a jade slip to Yen Wuming. Yen Wuming frowned after reading through the contents of the jade slip. He said sternly, "This Jianchen really does have some ability. It's extremely likely that he has the support of a primordial realm expert, and he's connected to a peak clan whose strength is unknown. No wonder he's bold enough to oppose our heavenly demon religion. But so what if that's the case? My Empyrean demon cult doesn't fear him. Just how great is his background? I, Yen Wuming, will make him pay with his life for killing my people. Suddenly, Yen Wuming glared at all the generals present. He said, Are there any late overgods who are willing to go to the divine kingdom of Pingtian and bring me the heads of Jianshan and Ling Hogong? The overgod generals looked at one another. None of them accepted the mission. A while later, an overgod general stood up and said, Commander, the attack on the divine kingdom of Three Cauldrons has reached a critical moment. If we send a late overgod to the divine kingdom of Three Cauldrons now, it will definitely prolong the battle and weaken the strength of our army. If the divine kingdom of Three Cauldrons launches a final counterattack at a time like this and attacks us, we will probably suffer heavy losses. Moreover, I'm guessing that this person called Jianshan is bold enough to kill people from our heavenly demon religion in the divine kingdom of Pingtian, so maybe he has the support of the imperial family. If he really does have the support of the imperial family, we'll just be sending 1 or 2 late overgods to their deaths for nothing. In my opinion, why don't we go to the divine kingdom of Three Cauldrons after we deal with it first? Yen Wuming lowered his head and thought for a while and said, Allow it. In 7 days we will launch an all-out attack on the divine kingdom of Three Cauldrons. Once we deal with the divine kingdom of Three Cauldrons, we will immediately march into the divine kingdom of Pingtian. P.S. You can follow Xiaoyao's public WeChat account. Search for his WeChat account, Xinxing Xiaoyao 110, and you will be able to listen to the author's public WeChat account. The pinyin is Xinxing Xiaoyao's pseudonym and a police number. Chapter 1875. Yes, sir. All the overgod generals gathered in Yen Wuming's tent obeyed his orders. All of them were excited as their battle intent surged. They were extremely eager for battle. Divine Kingdom of Three Cauldrons, I'll give you 7 days to catch your breath. After 7 days, I'd like to see just what power you have left to stop my attack. Yen Wuming sat on the commander's seat emotionlessly. Killing intent filled his eyes as they shone with a bloodthirsty light. After destroying the divine kingdom of Three Cauldrons, I'll personally go to the divine kingdom of Pingtian. I can't just let this matter slide that the people of my 9th army died in the divine kingdom of Pingtian. On a plain far away from the divine kingdom of Three Cauldrons on the vast southern region of the Cloud Plain, the sky was filled with endless darkness. No sunlight could be seen at all while the ground was barren. It was barren and lifeless. From afar, it was filled with a deathly stillness. In the depths of this land that never saw the light of day, as if it had fallen into eternal darkness, there was a majestic ancient castle quietly standing there. The ancient castle was extremely huge. It was dark red all over, as if it had been drenched in blood. Before they even got close, they could already smell the thick scent of blood. There was also the scent of death that permeated the air. The castle was the headquarters of the branch of the heavenly demon religion on the Cloud Plain. Even though the surroundings of the castle were desolate and there were no guards, no one dared to approach it as it stood there. Even god-kings were not bold enough to get within 1,000 kilometers of the castle. Even primordial realm experts, who had surpassed God-King and only existed in legends to many people in the Saints' world, did not dare to approach within 100 kilometers of the ancient castle. Even to primordial realm experts, the area within 100 kilometers of the ancient castle was a forbidden zone. At this moment, 3 figures sat in the air on the highest floor of the dark red castle. Demonic aura revolved around them, such that only their figures could be seen vaguely. The demonic aura from the 3 of them was so powerful that it was enough to shake up the surroundings. Their presences were so terrifying that even the expressions of divine king experts would change. It was as if any of the 3 of them contained a terrifying power that could destroy the world within their tiny bodies. Huayan, you've finally come out of seclusion. You've been in seclusion for so long. It looks like your injuries have already healed. One of the 3 figures shrouded in monstrous demonic chi spoke. His tone was calm and did not contain the slightest emotion. However, it was not difficult to tell from the aged voice that this person was an old man. Ha ha ha! A mighty infinite prime has actually been injured to such a state by a mere divine king. He's only recovered after spending so much time in seclusion. Huayan, just this point alone is enough for your name to be passed down through the ages. The second person shrouded in demonic chi spoke. Her voice was clear and melodious. This person was actually a woman, but her tone was filled with mockery. Humph, Huaiwe, if you were to fight against Duanmu, you would be even weaker than me. You might even be killed by him. The third person shrouded in demonic chi growled. His voice was filled with undisguised fury. Huaiwe giggled. Huayan, do you think I'm as stupid as you? Even dealing with a mere divine king is so difficult. If I were to take action, killing a mere Duanmu would be as easy as flipping my hand. You want to deal with Duanmu with that little trick of yours? Huayan sneered. His voice was filled with disdain. Although Duanmu didn't make it onto the Divine King's throne, that's only because he didn't want to. With his strength, it's enough for him to make it into the top 100 of the Divine King's throne. Huaiwe, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but it's not certain who will emerge victorious if you face off against Duanmu with your strength. The Divine King's throne recorded the most powerful Divine Kings in the Saints' world. They were ranked according to their strength. Without a doubt, every single expert who made it onto the Divine King's throne, regardless of their ranking, was an extremely powerful existence. Any single one of them could reign supreme in the Divine King's throne and shake up the world. It was rumored that all the people who made it onto the top 100 of the Divine King's throne possessed the power to take on Primordial Realm experts. Of course, Primordial Realm experts were naturally the weaker ones. As for the people who made it onto the top 10 of the Divine King's throne, they even possessed the strength to directly kill Primordial Realm experts. I heard as soon as I emerged that Kid Duanmu already has a successor. Huayan, since you praised Duanmu so much, it seems that this sect should kindly remind you. Don't end up dying at the hands of Duanmu's successor, instead of dying at Duanmu's hands. Huaiwe chuckled. Enough. Stop arguing, an old voice rang out. The old man shrouded in demonic aura said, Huaiwe, Huayan, you must have received the Grand Elder's orders. Huaiwe and Huayan immediately fell silent when the Grand Elder was mentioned. The Grand Elder has ordered us to gather soul force faster. It looks like we need to mobilize all 9 armies, Huayan said sternly. If we do that, we'll definitely raise the attention of all the large organizations on the Cloud Plain. The empires won't just stand by and watch. They'll definitely try to stop us, Huaiwe said sternly. Since the Grand Elder has passed down this order, it must be the Great Elder's intentions. There's no need for us to worry. We just need to carry out the mission. Pass down the orders. The 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th armies will all be mobilized. They'll attack in 3 different directions. Order all the protectors to emerge from seclusion and await orders at the headquarters. The Divine Kingdom of Qingyang was equivalent to the Divine Kingdom of Pingtian in terms of national strength. They both possessed 2 divine kings, but the Divine Kingdom of Qingyang had existed for even longer than the Divine Kingdom of Pingtian. The Divine Kingdom of Pingtian had only been established for several 100,000 years, while the Divine Kingdom of Qingyang had existed for over 1,000,000 years. The Divine Kingdom of Qingyang had borrowed the 49 Great Plains and 81 Great Planets of the Saints' world. As a result, they had established 49 provinces and 81 royal cities in their territory. They hoped to borrow the fortune of the Saints' world so that the Divine Kingdom of Qingyang would prosper. The Blue River Province was one of the 49 provinces of the Divine Kingdom of Qingyang. At the same time, it was one of the 5 great provincial cities of the Divine Kingdom of Qingyang. Just like the 6 great provinces of the Divine Kingdom of Pingtian, the 5 provincial cities all possessed over gods. The Blue River Province was the territory of the Mo family. The Mo family was the absolute ruler of the Blue River province. Suddenly, an extremely powerful aura spread out and enveloped the entire Blue River County. At the same time, a resplendent strand of sword chi shone with dazzling light. It shot out from the thick clouds in the sky like a hot knife through butter, entering the Blue River province with lightning speed. Boom! A deafening boom immediately rang out in the capital of the Blue River province. The entire city shook violently. The protective formation of the Blue River province appeared as soon as possible, enveloping the entire city. However, the protective formation shattered as soon as it appeared. Under the devastating ripples of energy, countless structures in the city collapsed. Thick cracks appeared on the street. "Ancestor of the Mo family, get your ass out here!" A cold voice rang out in the sky, reverberating through the city. Above the Blue River County, a young man in white robes coldly looked down at the county city below him. He broke through the clouds and slowly descended from the sky. Chapter 1876. The sudden change shocked all the people in the Blue River province. At that moment, all the people in the provincial city stopped what they were doing without any exception. They either stood on the streets or on the roofs of buildings as they stared at the sky. They all stared at Jianchen in the sky as shock and surprise filled their faces. Who is this person? He came to find the ancestor of the Mo family as soon as he arrived. It looks like he's probably an enemy of the Mo family. The formation protecting the Blue River County has already reached the level of an overgod. Even an overgod would need to expend some effort to break through it. However, such a powerful formation has been broken through so easily in the hands of this senior. This senior is so powerful, overgod. This person must have reached the level of overgods, and he's an expert even among overgods. Heavens, I'm actually so close to becoming an overgod. The more powerful he is, the better. The Mo family is tyrannical in the Blue River province. A few of their wastrels steal women from the provincial city all day long. Who knows how many women they've sullied in the past few years. I hope this senior's appearance can destroy the Mo family. In the Blue River County, countless people were whispering to each other. Everyone kept their voices very low, and some of them even used telepathy to communicate. Everyone in the Mo family had already gathered together. They all stared at the sky sternly. Many of them were pale, and they were covered in blood. Clearly, they were injured. Not only had the sword chi from before destroyed the protective formations of the Mo family, but the powerful ripples of energy had also injured many clansmen. Even the formations around the Blue River province had shattered loudly from the sword chi. The terrifying sword chi had left an unerasable shadow in the hearts of the people of the Mo family. Many of them felt uneasy, and their gazes towards Jianchen were filled with fear and shock. "Jianchen, you've finally come. The old man has been waiting for you for a very long time." At this moment, an old voice boomed out from the Mo family. It was composed, and it was no weaker than Jianchen's. A black-robed old man had silently appeared above the Mo family. He was emotionless and calm. His black robes fluttered without any wind as the powerful presence of a mid-overgod radiated from him without holding back at all. Other than Jianchen, no one could clearly see when this old man had appeared. "Ancestor of the Mo family, I have no grievances with you, but you should have never, ever taken away what belongs to me." Jianchen stood in the air with his arms crossed. He stared at the old man calmly and said expressionlessly, "Are you going to hand over that item yourself, or do I have to take it myself?" The ancestor of the Mo family laughed aloud. "Jianchen, old man has indeed underestimated you. I never thought that your strength would reach such a level in just a few decades. But so what if you are stronger than the old man? Strength doesn't mean you can defeat the old man. You're dreaming if you want that item. That item no longer belongs to you, Jianchen. It belongs to the old man now. If you have the ability, then come and take it." The ancestor of the Mo family was extremely composed. He was fearless. Even when he learnt that Jianchen was a late overgod, he showed no fear at all. If that's the case, let me see just what kind of trump cards a mid-overgod like you has that makes you so confident. Jianshan's eyes turned cold, and the startling rainbow sword appeared in his hand in a single moment. He directly stabbed towards the ancestor of the Mo family. The strike was as swift as the wind and as fast as lightning. It shone brightly, engulfing the ancestor of the Mo family in a single instance. The ancestor of the Mo family was no longer able to maintain his composure from before when he sensed the terrifying might in the strike. He became extremely stern. In his eyes, Jian Chen's simple strike contained extremely profound mysteries of laws. The strike seemed to sever the laws and sever space, causing all the laws in the world to fall silent. Only the way of the sword stood out. This sword had locked onto his aura and sealed off the space around him, making it impossible for him to dodge or evade. How has he become so powerful? Is he the reincarnation of some great figure? The ancestor of the Mo family's heart sank. In his eyes, even if Jianshan was a late overgod, he would still be undefeatable with the protection of the god artifact. However, only when Jianshan actually began to fight did he suddenly realize that he had still underestimated Jianshan. The ancestor of the Mo family bellowed out. His body immediately shone with a dense light. It was multicolored and extremely enchanting. A suit of armor appeared on his body, covering his entire body. Only his eyes were exposed. Boom! With a deafening rumble, Jianshan's startling rainbow sword shone brightly as soon as the ancestor of the Mo family donned his armor. It landed on his body with devastating might. The strike was extraordinarily powerful. It had completely reached the level of late overgod. Naturally, the ancestor of the Mo family was unable to block it with his strength as a mid-overgod. He was blown far away like a cannonball. Several kilometers away, the ancestor of the Mo family stabilized himself with great difficulty. He only felt his organs churn as they were shaken up. However, he was not injured at all. The armor had completely blocked the power of Jianshan's strike. How is this possible? In the distance, Jianshan naturally saw the armor on the ancestor of the Mo family as well. His eyes suddenly narrowed to the size of a needle. He naturally recognized the armor with a single glance. It was the damaged god artifact that the ancestor of the Mo family had taken from him in the past. To his disbelief, the ancestor of the Mo family had actually repaired the damaged god artifact. Even though only the surface had been repaired, and the god artifact had not completely recovered, it was still enough to shock Jianshan. This was a god artifact, and its quality was quite high. It was so damaged that it was basically on the brink of being destroyed. Repairing it would naturally be extremely difficult. Even infinite primes would not necessarily be able to repair it, let alone an overgod. Heavens, the ancestor of the Mo family has been blown away in a single clash. Are my eyes deceiving me? Am I hallucinating? This person is so powerful. It's said that the ancestor of the Mo family is a mid-overgod, yet he can't even withstand a single blow from this person. The cultivators who had personally witnessed the ancestor of the Mo family being blown away by a single strike from Jianshan all cried out in the Blue River province. All of their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. In their eyes, the ancestor of the Mo family was a supreme existence. He was the absolute ruler of the Blue River province. He was so powerful that even with the entire divine kingdom of Qingyang in perspective, he ranked within the top 10. He was an existence that they could only look up to. Yet now, the great ancestor of the Mo family was actually unable to withstand a single blow from Jianshan. The great contrast shocked all the people in the Blue River province. In the distance, the ancestor of the Mo family's face that was covered by the god artifact immediately became cold. Powerful killing intent flickered through his eyes as he thought, since Jianshan knows that the god artifact has been repaired, I have to kill him today. Otherwise, if he spreads the news of the god artifact, I won't be able to keep it. With that, The ancestor of the Mo family did not hesitate at all. He turned around and fled into the distance. Jianshan, old man won't tangle with you today. With this item, the old man will be able to reach the level of the Divine King before long. Once the old man becomes the Divine King, I'll come for your head and wipe out your clan. The ancestor of the Mo family's voice rang out from afar, purposefully provoking Jianshan into pursuing him. Chapter 1877. The ancestor of the Mo family fled as quickly as he could. He seemed flustered, but he was actually extremely composed. A vicious light flickered through his eyes as heavy killing intent flowed out. Jianshan pursued him closely from behind. His entire body seemed to have become a huge streak of light. He moved extremely quickly, far faster than the ancestor of the Mo family. The distance between the two of them became tighter and tighter. Come. The old man has already cast down a killing formation in a secret place. The old man paid a huge price to cast it down. Even if you're a late overgod, it'll be difficult for you to break free once you're trapped in it. Coupled with the fact that the old man is attacking from outside, Jianshan, you're dead for sure, the ancestor of the Mo family sneered. The ancestor of the Mo family sneered inside. He was extremely excited and exhilarated. Once Jianshan died, no one would know the secret of his god artifact. He did not worry about the people from the Blue River province at all, as even some overgods did not recognize god artifacts, let alone them. A powerful sword intent appeared from behind, and the ancestor of the Mo family was immediately enveloped by a streak of light. Jianshan had already caught up. He swung the startling rainbow sword and erupted with powerful sword chi towards the ancestor of the Mo family. Boom! With the protection of the god artifact, the ancestor of the Mo family was fearless. He did not dodge at all, completely relying on the might of the god artifact to endure the attacks. When the sword chi struck him, he was not injured at all. When the sword did not injure him at all, the violent shock waves of energy had instead propelled him forward even faster. The ancestor of the Mo family's organs churned as they were shaken up. Jianshan's attacks were unable to destroy the god artifact, but every time his sword chi struck the god artifact, a great force would appear. Clearly, the god artifact that had only repaired the surface was unable to remove the force, so the force directly passed through the armor and into the ancestor of the Mo family. The two of them, one chasing and the other fleeing, quickly traversed millions of miles of mountains and rivers. They flashed past several counties and the sky above the royal city, alarming countless people. The ancestor of the Mo family had already endured Jianshan's attacks over a dozen times. Every single attack would shake up his organs. Even though the ancestor of the Mo family remained unscathed after the attacks, it was still extremely painful. Finally, the ancestor of the Mo family and Jianshan arrived in a desolate mountain range. Earth-fire god-killing formation. The ancestor of the Mo family stopped fleeing. He formed seals with his hands and suddenly called out. At that moment, powerful pulses of energy erupted from countless mountains in the barren mountains. A huge formation appeared, enveloping the entire barren mountain. Endless flames erupted from the ground, filling up the space there. The world Jianshan saw had completely turned fiery red. A terrifying temperature spread between heaven and earth, as if even the air was burning. The ground below him was an endless sea of fire, while a cloud of fire drifted in the sky above him. Jianshan, you will definitely die today. Ha ha ha! The ancestor of the Mo family laughed arrogantly in the surroundings. Victory was already within his grasp. Jianshan hovered in the air calmly. He did not move at all. The flames in the surroundings surged over with terrifying heat, but they were unable to approach him at all. If this was a killing formation on the level of a divine king, I really wouldn't have been able to escape today. It's a pity that your formation is only on the level of an overgod. Jianshan shook his head gently. It's indeed very difficult to kill you with just this formation, but what if the old man is involved? This formation was personally cast down by the old man. The old man knows this formation like the back of his hand, so he can move through it as he pleases. All he needs to do is find the right time to launch a sneak attack on you. However, you won't be able to harm the old man at all. The ancestor of the Mo family's voice echoed through the formation, coming from all directions. It was impossible to find where he was hiding from his voice. As he said that, the earthen fire god-slaying formation suddenly began to operate. The fire-red world shook violently. The sea of fire rose up as flames surged into the sky. An extremely huge, fire-red pillar of light shot up from the ground, charging towards Jianshan as a huge, ferocious beast. It kicked up flames along the way, causing the space there to distort. These were terrifying flames that posed a great threat to late overgods. However, with Jianshan's battle prowess, even among late overgods, he stood at the very peak. The threat of an attack like this had already weakened. He stabbed out, and the startling rainbow sword shone with resplendent light. It produced a huge strand of sword chi that was several meters long as it shot out with lightning speed. With a boom, the huge, ferocious beast of flames was directly dispersed by Jianshan's strand of sword chi. As the two clashed, powerful ripples of energy surged out. They actually caused the entire formation to shake violently, causing it to become unstable. It was also at this moment that a black sword appeared silently behind Jianshan. It stabbed towards the back of Jianshan's head with lightning speed. Jianshan's expression did not change. He sneered disdainfully. Without even turning around, he directly stabbed backwards. Ding! The tips of the two swords collided in an extremely pure manner. They parted as soon as they came in contact, and the armored ancestor of the Mo family appeared in the formation. However, the ancestor of the Mo family did not engage in a direct confrontation with Jianshan. He immediately withdrew his sword and retreated. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the formation again. Basically, the moment the ancestor of the Mo family vanished, Jianshan appeared there. He swung his sword a few times in a row. Under the eruption of the powerful power of the laws of the sword, the entire formation shook. However, the ancestor of the Mo family did not appear. Jianshan, old man may not be able to defeat you in a direct confrontation, but with this killing formation, it's not difficult to kill you. As long as the killing formation is in operation, you'll have to endure the attacks from the killing formation at all times. Old man, I'd like to see just how long you can last. The ancestor of the Mo family laughed aloud from within the formation. Your formation is a little too weak, Jianshan murmured to himself. Suddenly, his presence changed. An extremely powerful sword chi surged out from his body. Endless power of the laws of the sword appeared in the air and gathered towards him. Daluo sword! Jianshan called out. He formed a seal with his hand, and a strand of golden sword chi condensed above his head. It shot out with lightning speed as a streak of golden light. Boom! The golden sword chi struck the formation with devastating power. With a great boom, the earthen fire god-slaying formation cast down by the ancestor of the Mo family shook even more violently. When Jianshan struck out, the ancestor of the Mo family found an opportunity to launch a sneak attack as well, but they were all blocked by Jianshan. A few strands of sword chi landed on the ancestor of the Mo family. However, due to the protection of the armor, Jianshan's attacks were unable to harm the ancestor of the Mo family at all. They only caused the ancestor of the Mo family to tremble slightly. Chapter 1878. Jianshan no longer paid any attention to the ancestor of the Mo family. He focused on getting through the formation. He knew that it would be very difficult for him to kill the ancestor of the Mo family if he did not get through the formation. Golden sword chi constantly condensed above Jianshan's head. Every single strand of sword chi possessed terrifying pulses of energy that could devastate the world. In a short amount of time, Jianshan used the Daluo sword several times, causing the formation to tremble constantly. Before the attacks from the formation could even approach Jianshan, they were easily dispersed by the Daluo sword. Not only did Jianchen suppress the formation with his great strength, but he also blocked the sneak attacks from the ancestor of the Mo family with ease. Boom, 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 boom. Deafening booms erupted within the formation. Under Jianchen's ferocious attacks, the formation that could trap late overgods became more and more fragile. The space within the formation distorted violently, and slivers of light appeared in the fire-red world. This was light from the outside world. The terrifying might from Jianchen's full-powered attacks had almost ripped through the space within the formation. And this was because the ancestor of the Mo family had launched sneak attacks and constantly circled around the formation. Otherwise, if Jianchen focused on getting through the formation, it would not have taken him so long with his current strength. The formation is about to break through? How is that possible? Although it's very difficult for the formation I cast down to kill late overgods, it should be able to trap them for a few years. Coupled with the fact that I'm hiding in the shadows and the formation, killing late overgods will be a piece of cake. But not only does Jianchen have to deal with the attacks from the formation, but he also has to constantly launch sneak attacks from me. He should have no time to spare, so how is it possible for him to have extra power to get through the formation? Back then, Jianchen was clearly only an early overgod, and he was only a god at that. However, it's only been a few short decades, so how has he become so powerful? The ancestor of the Mo family was extremely shocked. As a matter of fact, he found it hard to believe that a person's strength could improve so quickly. In just a few short decades, such a huge leap had occurred. It had to be mentioned that he had spent over 100,000 years to go from early overgod to mid-overgod. No, Jianchen has to die. If he doesn't die, I won't be able to live in peace even if I obtain the god artifact. The ancestor of the Mo family became determined. A god artifact was worth risking his life for. His true body was hidden in the earthly fire god-killing formation. His arms danced in front of him as he unleashed his truth-tier battle skill. Amidst the surging demonic chi, a huge ghost figure suddenly appeared. Its eyes were blood-red, and it emitted a terrifying aura that made one's heart palpitate. Ghost God swallows the sky. The ancestor of the Mo family called out. The huge ghost figure hidden in the demonic chi suddenly opened its mouth at that moment. Suddenly, an extremely tremendous suction force appeared from the ghost figure's mouth. It seemed to be able to swallow the world, enveloping Jianchen. Jianchen's body immediately tensed up. Under the suction force, he was slowly sucked into the ghost figure's black hole-like mouth. Linear lightning release. Jianchen's eyes turned cold. Not only did he not retreat in the face of the suction force from the ghost figure, but he instead formed a seal with his hand and turned into a bolt of lightning. He charged towards the ghost figure's huge mouth with unbelievable speed. With a flash of light, Jianchen had already entered the ghost figure's mouth. He tore through the demonic chi along the way and emerged from the back of the ghost figure's head. In the end, he collided with the earthly fire god-killing formation. The huge ghost figure came to a standstill. The terrifying suction force that seemed to be able to swallow the world vanished as well. However, in the head of this ghastly figure, threads of powerful silver-white sword chi seemed to have cut apart the ghastly figure's head. They flashed out from the inside, becoming stronger and more glaring until they drowned the ghastly figure's entire head. Finally, with a loud bang, the enormous ghastly figure exploded. Monstrous demonic chi mixed with scattered sword chi shot out in all directions. It was also at this moment that Jianchen slammed into the formation as a bolt of lightning. The formation that had already been on the verge of shattering from Jianchen's attacks finally reached its limit after the shockwave from the ghost figure's explosion and the linear lightning release. The entire formation collapsed in a single moment. As soon as the spirit array was broken, the world regained its clarity. However, the desolate mountain under his feet had now become a complete mess. Many mountains had collapsed, and a series of thick cracks had appeared on the ground. The ancestor of the Mo family hovered near Jianchen as he stared at Jianchen in a daze. He had never thought that the earthly fire god-killing formation that he had cast down after paying such a great price would be destroyed so easily by Jianchen. It was a powerful killing formation that could trap late overgods for several years. Jianchen locked onto the ancestor of the Mo family. Killing intent surged from him as he formed a seal with his hand. He used the Daluo sword and swung it towards the ancestor's head without any hesitation. Jianchen, you can't do anything to old man. The ancestor of the Mo family called out. Powerful demonic aura erupted from his body as the laws of the world interwove before him. He swung his sword as hard as he could. However, without the assistance of the formation, it was impossible for him to be Jianchen's opponent with his strength. Not only did his full-powered attack fail to block the Daluo sword, but it even pierced his head. Bang! With a thud, the ancestor of the Mo family was blown far away. Even though he was enscathed under the protection of the god artifact, he still felt dizzy from the impact. He saw stars as the entire world spun around him. Jianchen pursued him. He swung the startling rainbow sword in his right hand as hard as he could as he formed a seal with his left hand. He used the Daluo sword again to attack the ancestor's head. He had possessed the god artifact for many years, so he understood it extremely well. Although external forces would not be able to destroy the god artifact, the powerful vibrations would still pass through the armor to the wearer. The ancestor of the Mo family was protected by the god artifact. Not a single part of his body was exposed. Even his eyes that were exposed were protected by a membrane. As a result, Jianchen could only use the powerful vibrations to pass through the armor to kill the ancestor of the Mo family. Boom! Boom! The ancestor of the Mo family felt like his head was about to explode after receiving 2 heavy attacks from Jianchen. His vision darkened as he felt like his skull was about to shatter. The vibrations that passed through the god artifact were just too powerful. He could endure it if it was just once or twice, but if this continued, his head would become deformed even if it was made of steel. Jianchen's attacks became more and more intense. He used the Daluo sword chi, the Tai sword technique, and the linear lightning release one after another. Like a storm, all of his attacks landed on the ancestor of the Mo family's head. The ancestor of the Mo family had completely lost the ability to fight back. He could only hold on with the powerful defense of the god artifact. Oh no, the god artifact isn't as powerful as I imagined it to be. If this continues, my head will definitely be shattered by Jianchen. I can't stay here. I have to run. The ancestor of the Mo family thought quickly and made a decision. He took out a teleportation formation disk from his space ring and activated it as quickly as possible. However, a strand of sword chi cleaved the teleportation formation disk in half, cutting off any hope of escape. Afterwards, Jianchen clenched his left hand into a fist. He pushed the strength of the chaotic body to the limit. Wrapped in chaotic force, he struck the ancestor of the Mo family's head like a huge hammer. The punch was extremely powerful. Cracks appeared on the ancestor of the Mo family's head that was hidden within the god artifact. He bled from all his orifices. It was a horrible sight. Stop. Jianchen, the old man will return the god artifact to you. Let go of the old man, the ancestor of the Mo family cried out. He began to beg for mercy. He had no chance of escaping. He could not activate the teleportation formation disk in time, and he was not as fast as Jianchen. Moreover, his soul was injured. If this continued, he would not be able to escape death. Chapter 1879. Blood flowed from the helmet of the god artifact. The ancestor of the Mo family's eyes had lost their luster. It was even possible to clearly see that a few cracks had appeared on his eyeballs as they constantly bled. The ancestor of the Mo family fell powerlessly from the sky, smashing into the ground below. With a heavy thud, A huge crater appeared in the ground as dust filled the air. Jianchen stowed the startling rainbow sword away. The surging presence on him gradually vanished as well. He arrived before the crater the ancestor of the Mo family had created. When he stood there, the dust in the air immediately dispersed. Under the control of an invisible force, the ancestor of the Mo family slowly floated up from the crater. Blood constantly flowed from the god artifact. Jianchen removed the god artifact from the ancestor of the Mo family's corpse. Only now did he finally see the ancestor's head. His entire head had been reduced to pieces. Red and white matter mixed together, giving off an indescribable sense of disgust. Apart from his head, even his upper body was a mess of flesh and blood. He did not have a body as tough as Jianchen's, so even his body had almost been shattered. Fortunately, the space ring on the ancestor of the Mo family's finger was not destroyed. However, it was covered in tiny web-like cracks. The space ring was on the brink of collapsing now. This space ring can shatter at any time. I need to move the items out as soon as possible. Without any hesitation, Jianchen immediately moved all the items from the space ring into his own space ring. However, to his surprise, he discovered quite a few high-grade divine crystals in the ancestor's space ring. There were close to 10 cubic meters in total. Moreover, there were a few scattered mid-grade divine crystals. As mid-grade divine crystals were not very useful for the cultivation of overgods, the ancestor of the Mo family only had a few thousand mid-grade divine crystals in his space ring. Every single one was only the size of a finger. Jianchen also discovered a few cultivation methods and battle skills in the space ring. However, they were all demonic cultivation methods. They were far more evil than the Empyrean demon arts that Houston practiced. Jianchen frowned when he saw them. In the end, Jianchen destroyed all the cultivation methods and battle skills. They were just too vicious. As for the various materials and heavenly resources, they were not of particularly high quality. Jianchen only glanced through them roughly before stowing them away in his space ring. Although these things are basically useless to me, I can leave them for the Tianyuan family. Whether it's heavenly resources or materials, they're all valuable to the elders of the clan, Jianchen thought. Suddenly, Jianchen let out a soft cry of surprise. He discovered a black box in the space ring. It lay in an inconspicuous corner quietly, enveloped by a formation. Jianchen took out the black box and studied it carefully before breaking through the formation. Suddenly, a cold presence radiated from the black box. At that moment, Jianchen seemed to hear the howls and shrieks of countless vengeful spirits. It was an extremely miserable sound. Jianchen frowned and he became rather stern. He slowly opened the black box and immediately, a dense, black mist surged out from the box, enveloping Jianchen. A gleam of light shone through Jianchen's eyes. The dense, black mist was unable to obstruct his vision at all. His gaze pierced through the mist, and he could clearly see a palm-sized flag lying in the black box. When Jianchen's gaze landed on the flag, various chaotic noises rang out in his head. He heard the howls of ghosts, the pleas of women, and the cries of endless pain. In his mind, a scene appeared. The scene was filled with ferocious and terrifying ghosts. Some were delicate and pitiful, and some were filled with endless evil. They made one's hair stand on end. There were so many of them that they covered the sky and covered the sun. It was like hell on earth. Collect the souls of mortals and assist me in refining a demon artifact. I'll bestow upon you the power of fortune and allow you to reach the peak. It was also at this moment that an obscure voice rang out in Jianchen's head. The voice possessed a mysterious charm, and it was filled with bewitchment. It actually made Jianchen's eyes blur as if he had lost himself. The obscure voice seemed to become the voice of the world in Jianchen's sea of consciousness. It represented the will of the world and was irresistible. It reverberated through Jianchen's sea of consciousness, affecting Jianchen's mind. It was as if the voice wanted to use this method to forcefully implant its will into Jianchen's mind, influencing Jianqin's thoughts. However, Jianqin's soul was different. It was a combination of a fighter and a radiant saint master. It had undergone a fundamental transformation, causing his soul to mutate. It was different from ordinary people, and it possessed martial soul force. According to Fairy Haoyue, martial soul force was as rare as phoenix feathers, even with the entire saint's world in perspective. There were truly only a handful of them. The confusion in Jianqin's eyes only lasted for a few seconds before they cleared up. However, the demonic voice that wanted to implant its will in Jianqin's sea of consciousness was completely unaware. It continued to speak like a machine, telling Jianqin the method to collect souls. Killing intent immediately surged in Jianqin's heart when he heard that. He said coldly, "What a vicious method! It actually wants a woman born on a Yin day and month to become a seed. On the day of the Yin day and month, it also wants a man born on a Yin day and month to impregnate her. When the baby is about to be born, it chooses a Yin day and month to cruelly kill the mother and child before using such a vicious method to extract their souls. It's all for the sake of refining a demon artifact." Jianqin looked at the black banner again. He sensed the ghosts that were as dense as a black cloud. Sorrow filled his heart. There were already several 100,000 ghosts in there. Every single one of them had been pregnant when they were alive. They were mortal women who had not started cultivating, and their babies were about to be born. What a vicious demon! Just how many innocent mortals would he kill to refine a demon artifact? Since the ancestor of the Mo family obtained the banner, many of the hundreds of thousands of ghosts must have come from him. The ancestor of the Mo family deserved to die, Jianqin said coldly. Mortals were different from fighters. Once fighters began cultivating, it was unavoidable for their hands to be stained with blood in their pursuit of strength. In reality, whether it was the Tianyuan continent or the Saints' world, every single expert had basically made it through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. However, they had become experts through countless corpses. As a result, the deaths of fighters were not worthy of sympathy. However, mortals were different. Their lives were short, so they should enjoy their short lives. Chapter 1880. Many people in the provincial city of the Blue River Province were still discussing how the Mo family had been attacked by a powerful enemy and how the ancestor of the Mo family had fled in defeat. Many of them were excited. They all hoped that the Mo family could be wiped out just like that. Clearly, the Mo family did not have a good reputation in the Blue River Province. They were not popular. Many people hated the Mo family to the core already, but they could do nothing about the Mo family's great strength. Now that they saw a powerful overgod fight the ancestor of the Mo family, these people were naturally especially excited. They were all eager to see what would happen. They were eager for the ancestor of the Mo family to be directly slain. Without an overgod, the Mo family would not be able to exist for too long in the Blue River Province. At this moment, a streak of light flickered. Many gods in the Blue River Province failed to sense it, and the streak of light flew into the Blue River Province with lightning speed. In the end, it hovered above the Mo family. Jianqin returned to the Blue River Province with the ancestor of the Mo family's corpse. He stared at the panicking people below coldly. There was no pity in his eyes at all. He directly tossed the ancestor's corpse down. It's the ancestor. Impossible, this is impossible. How could the ancestor? When the people of the Mo family saw the headless corpse, their eyes all widened. They were stunned as disbelief filled their faces. However, soon afterwards, cries rang out from the entire Mo family. Many people cried out sorrowfully. The ancestor of the Mo family had always been the pride of the Mo family. It was exactly because of his existence that the Mo family possessed such a supreme status in the Blue River Province, where no one dared to offend them. Now that the ancestor of the Mo family was dead, everyone in the Mo family realized that the Mo family had collapsed. The glory that belonged to the Mo family was probably a thing of the past. At the same time, A few gods in the Blue River province saw the ancestor's corpse as well. They were all riled up, and they could not help but laugh wildly. They were filled with excitement. Once the Mo family lost an overgod, the powerful clans in the provincial city could destroy them if they worked together. Does your Mo family often capture women? Jianchen hovered in the air as he stared at the people from the Mo family coldly. The expressions of many people in the Mo family changed when they heard Jianchen's question. They felt an ill omen. Could it be that there was someone related to this person among the women that were captured by his family? The people of the Mo family all looked at one another. They all thought of the same thing, so no one dared to say anything. Senior, the Mo family does indeed often kidnap women. At the very least, I've personally witnessed over 100 women being taken away by the Mo family. Moreover, most of these women are only mortals, said a god outside the Mo family. Jianchen's eyes immediately turned cold when he heard that many of the women were mortals who had yet to cultivate. A heavy killing intent rose up from him as he glared at the people of the Mo family below. He said coldly, "Where are the mortal women that were taken away now? They've all been sent to the ancestor. Only an extremely small portion of them are not good enough for the ancestor, so they're still in the clan. However, none of them have a good ending. They're all dead. Senior, I am Sun Shanggong. I am not a member of the Mo family. I am only an outsider who has been recruited by the Mo family. I have nothing to do with the Mo family. Please forgive me, Senior," said a god from the Mo family. His voice trembled as he begged for mercy carefully. "Sun Shanggong, you coward. I've misjudged you, Sun Shanggong. Although you're not a member of our Mo family, don't forget that you personally captured many of these women in order to curry favor with the ancestor. Sun Shanggong, you've defiled quite a few women." Many of the elders of the Mo family blamed Sun Shanggong. Suddenly, a tremendous pressure radiated from Jianchen, blotting out the surroundings. It made all the elders of the Mo family sink as if they were carrying a mountain. They immediately fell silent. "Let me ask you this. Do you know where the ancestor of the Mo family has hidden these women?" Jianchen glared at Sun Shanggong. "Once, when I sent a few mortal women over, I discovered that the ancestor had stored them all away in a spatial saint artifact. I'm guessing that the women are in a spatial saint artifact that the ancestor carries around with him." Sun Shanggong said everything he knew. In order to survive, he told Jianchen everything he knew. Jianchen immediately extended the senses of his soul into the space ring and checked all the saint artifacts he had obtained from the ancestor of the Mo family. Indeed, he discovered that there were quite a few people living in one of the saint artifacts. There were over 1,000 of them. They were all mortals. 80% of them were women, while the remaining 2% were young men. Among the women, there were many. Many of them were pregnant. As expected, the ancestor of the Mo family is already collecting the souls of mortals. I just wonder if the ancestor of the Mo family is responsible for all the souls in the banner. Jianchen became sorrowful as he looked at the women in the spatial saint artifact. The women were like livestock reared in the world of mortals, waiting to be slaughtered when they were ripe. "Senior, I've already told you everything you want to know. Please spare my life," Sun Shanggong pleaded once again from below. Jianchen withdrew the senses of his soul from the spatial saint artifact. Killing intent surged as he said coldly, "How can I spare you after doing such a heartless thing?" With that, Jianchen extended a finger. A strand of sword qi shot out from his finger, piercing Sun Shanggong's head and wiping out his soul. Many gods in the Mo family had already taken out teleportation formation discs in an attempt to flee. Some of the deities who did not possess spatial formation discs flew off as quickly as they could, fleeing in all directions. However, before an overgod, especially a peak overgod, these gods did not even have the time to activate the teleportation formation before Jianchen destroyed their formation disc. As for the deities of the Mo family, They were all stopped by the powerful clans of the Blue River Province or the foreign gods. The Mo family was not popular in the Blue River Province, and they had captured many women in the past few years. They were used to acting as they pleased, so they had obviously offended many people. Now that the ancestor of the Mo family was dead, they had lost all momentum. The people who resented the Mo family naturally took action without any hesitation, stopping all the people who fled from the Mo family. For a moment, booms constantly rang out in the Blue River Province. The sounds of battle rang out everywhere. Many gods from powerful clans pursued the people of the Mo family. Ha ha, to think that you'll have a day like this too, Mo family. Many people laughed aloud in the Blue River Province. Some of them shed tears from their grievances now that they had been avenged. Don't even think about escaping, Jianshan said coldly to the gods of the Mo family. He heavily injured all of them and sealed up all their strength before tossing them into the spatial saint artifact of the ancestor of the Mo family. Chapter 1881. Without a doubt, all the elders of the Mo family had been sucked into Jianshan's spatial saint artifact. Without a doubt, the Mo family that had dominated the Blue River Province for so many years was officially destroyed. Only a few Origin Realm experts and servants remained in the Mo family now, as well as a small number of deities who had not fled. They wanted to live and die with the clan. Jianshan ignored these people. He hovered in the air emotionlessly as he expanded the senses of his soul, carefully searching every inch of the Mo family. His senses even reached underground to search for people he had missed. Under his careful search, he really did find two gods in the depths of the Mo family. They were currently hiding in a secret room. Boom! Jianshan struck out again. He swung out with the startling rainbow sword. It was dazzling and resplendent, illuminating the world. He directly blasted open the ground in an extremely brutal manner, striking deep into the ground. With his strength as a late over-god, he forcefully created a tunnel that led to the depths of the earth. The two gods hiding underground seemed to sense that something was amiss. Without any hesitation, they immediately took out teleportation formation discs, wanting to use this opportunity to flee. However, a long sword pierced through the ceiling of the secret room. It turned into a ray of light and suddenly appeared at an unbelievable speed. It directly cut off their arms, cutting off their hopes of escaping. Soon after, the ceiling of the secret room collapsed, and a large amount of soil fell down. A straight passage that was 1,000 meters long appeared, leading to the outside world. The sunlight from outside shone in, bringing some light to the dark secret room. Don't even think about escaping, gods of the Mo family. Jianshan appeared in the secret room. After heavily injuring the two of them and sealing their strength, he tossed them into his spatial saint artifact as well. Jianshan was about to leave the secret room after capturing the two of them. However, his eyes suddenly narrowed at this moment, and he stared into the depths of the secret room. The secret room was extremely spacious. There were a few jade platforms the size of cushions in there. From the faint marks on them, he could tell that the jade platforms were used for cultivation. However, he discovered a large door behind the jade platforms. It was protected by layers of powerful over-god formations. The light in Jianshan's eyes flickered as he slowly made his way to the door. After a moment of hesitation, he smashed through the formations. Suddenly, the underground secret chamber rumbled incessantly. The entire Blue River County city above shook violently as if there was a great earthquake. Thick cracks appeared on the ground, alarming everyone in the county city. Before long, Jianshan smashed through the formations and directly entered through the door. In an instant, an extremely surging origin energy permeated the surroundings. The first thing that entered his eyes was the two divine crystals that had been piled up into a mountain. They gave off a dazzling glow, which was quite a bewildering sight. One of the two mountains of divine crystals was filled with low-grade divine crystals, while the other was filled with mid-grade divine crystals. There were extremely many of them. Aside from that, There were various treasures piled up in the surroundings. Not only were there cultivation methods and truth-tier battle skills, but there were even quite a few heavenly resources and various pills. This should be the treasury of the Mo family, Jianchen murmured to himself. Many organizations possessed their own treasury. It was impossible for a single person to possess all the wealth of a clan. This was because the items in the treasury were needed to maintain the clan's daily life. They would go in and out frequently, and they would be used very frequently. The ancestors of the clan basically spent all their time cultivating in seclusion. 100 years could pass in a blink of an eye, so why would they have the time to deal with these miscellaneous matters? As a result, basically all the items needed to maintain the clan were stored in the treasury, protected by powerful formations. They were guarded by the entire clan. There are probably over 100 million low-grade divine crystals. There are also several million mid-grade divine crystals. Jianchen walked around the 2 mountains of divine crystals before stowing them all away in his space ring. Although there were many divine crystals here, they were all low-grade and mid-grade divine crystals. If they were converted into high-grade divine crystals, there would only be 4 or 5 blocks. When Jianchen emerged from the treasury, the Mo family's treasury was completely empty. He had taken away all the items, regardless of whether they were useful or not. When Jianchen returned to the surface, he discovered that the entire Mo family had been surrounded. Over 20 gods of various ages had all concealed their presences as they stood to one side quietly. They all stared at the huge hole that led to the depths of the Mo family. "Greetings, Senior." The gods all bowed towards Jianchen when they saw Jianchen emerge. They all introduced themselves politely. Most of these people were the ancestors of the powerful clans in the Blue River province. Seeing how the Mo family had lost, all the powerful clans in the provincial city moved out to hunt down the remaining members of the Mo family. They did not want to spare a single person from the Mo family. There were also a few overgods who had come from other places. They either had grievances with the Mo family or could not stand the way the Mo family did things, so they joined in as well. "I'll leave the people of the Mo family to you, but don't kill the innocent," Jianchen said to the gods. "Yes, Senior." The 20 or so heavenly gods replied in unison. They were all very respectful. Jianchen left the Blue River province and returned to the Tianyuan family in the divine kingdom of Pingtian through the teleportation formation he had cast down. Afterwards, he immediately gathered all the members of the upper echelon of the Tianyuan family. "I've already prepared a path of retreat. If the heavenly demon religion invades and we can't stop them, we'll immediately retreat through the teleportation formation. However, to ensure the safety of the teleportation formation, I will have trusted people watch over it. Unless the clan needs to retreat, no one is allowed to approach the teleportation formation," Jianchen said sternly as he sat on the patriarch's throne. Of course, he said that completely for the gods of the saints' world to hear. Many people in the discussion hall secretly became relieved when they heard that there was a path of retreat. After dispersing, Jianchen gathered the people from the Tianyuan continent again. He took out all the items he had obtained from the treasury of the Mo family and let them choose what they needed. Xiongzhong and the others from the world of Forsaken Saints naturally did not fall behind. They also joined in the process of choosing treasures. "Jianchen, where did you get so many things from? Have you discovered another dwelling?" Shangguan Mu blinked as she became speechless when she saw all the items on the ground. Most of these items are for Origin Realm experts and deities. There aren't a lot of things that gods can use. Moreover, most of these cultivation methods lean towards demonic art. In my opinion, Jianchen has probably ransacked the treasury of some demonic clan. Houston sat on the ground in his blood-red robes. His blood-red hair draped over his shoulders casually as he looked at the items on the ground and smiled. "Uncle Xiao is right. I have indeed ransacked the treasury of an overgod clan," Jianchen smiled. Afterwards, He took out the items he had obtained from the ancestor of the Mo family and said, "These items all came from that overgod. Take a look and see if there's anything you need. Once you're done, I'll distribute the rest." "I don't need anything else. I'll take a few more mid-grade divine crystals. I just happen to need these things for my breakthrough," said Shangguan. Her enchanting eyes shone brightly while her voice was like the music of immortals. "Let's use high-grade divine crystals instead. The origin energy in high-grade divine crystals is purer, so their effects are several times greater than mid-grade divine crystals. I just happen to have plenty of high-grade divine crystals right now." Jianchen looked at Shangguan as a rare gentleness appeared in his eyes. Afterwards, he passed all the high-grade divine crystals on him to her. These high-grade divine crystals all came from the 3 overgods of the heavenly demon religion and the ancestor of the Mo family. Even though she had given Xin Jian half of the high-grade divine crystals she had obtained from the 3 overgods of the heavenly demon religion, there were over a dozen cubes remaining when the ancestor of the Mo family was included. When I broke through to overgod, I traveled a great distance with 3 cubes of high-grade divine crystals. I only used them after exchanging them for mid-grade divine crystals in the royal capital. Look at you now. You've directly given your wife high-grade divine crystals to cultivate." A deep voice rang out. Xin Jian, who was dressed in plain clothes, walked over and spoke with a smile that was not a smile. Chapter 1882. "That's different. We just happened to be lacking divine crystals back then, so we had to use every single one of them to their fullest potential. Naturally, we had to plan carefully and use them sparingly. However, it's different now. We don't lack divine crystals anymore, so we obviously don't need to be as frugal as before." Jianchen smiled. He glanced at Shangguan and continued, "Most importantly, these high-grade divine crystals are all for my wife. No matter how extravagant they are, I don't find them to be a waste." Xin Jian stared at Jianchen in surprise. He acted like he had just met Jianchen. He said, "Jianchen, after so many years, I really couldn't tell that you were a person who valued women over friends. You sure have hidden yourself well." Everyone smiled when they heard that. A sliver of awkwardness appeared on Shangguan face, which was rarely seen. However, there was a sliver of warmth in her eyes. "I wonder how Xiaobao is doing right now and how he's doing on the Tianyuan continent. However, with Xiaobao's strength, there's probably no one who can bully him in the lower world." Shangguan could not help but think of Shangguan Aojian, who was still on the Tianyuan continent. An undisguised longing appeared in her eyes. Jianchen saw through Shangguan thoughts. Jianchen stood up and arrived beside her. He gently held her slender hand and said gently, I can already cast down teleportation formations that can cross divine kingdoms now. I believe I'll be able to cast down teleportation formations that can cross worlds before long. Returning home is just around the corner." Shangguan also held Jianchen's hand gently and nodded slowly. She was filled with anticipation for the day she returned home. Not only was her son on the Tianyuan continent, but her father, Hao Wu, was also there. "I hope my father can last until the day I return home." But now that the origin energy of the Tianyuan continent is gradually recovering and it's connected to the world of Forsaken Saints, reaching the origin realm shouldn't be a problem with my father's talent, Shangguan thought. Her prejudice towards Hao Wu gradually vanished. Out of all the things he had obtained from the Mo family, he only took a few things that were useful to him from the ancestors' space ring. He either distributed the rest or placed them in the treasury of the Tianyuan clan. After distributing the items, Jianchen had a small gathering with the people of the Tianyuan continent before entering his personal room. This was a secret room deep underground. Fist-sized luminous pearls were embedded in the walls and ceiling, shining with the gentle light of the saint's world at all times. Jianchen sat in the center of the secret room. He held the spatial saint artifact he had obtained from the ancestor of the Mo family's space ring. In the next moment, Jian Qin vanished from the secret room. Only the fist-sized spatial saint artifact that seemed like a divine hall hovered in the air. Jianchen silently appeared in the spatial saint artifact. Over 20 elders of the Mo family sat before him. They were all doing their best to break through Jianchen's seal. All of them were covered in blood, and their faces were pale. They seemed haggard and extremely weak. Beside them, some of the jade bottles used to store pills were already empty, and were thrown around chaotically. Don't waste your energy. I carry this spatial saint artifact with me. Even if you break through the seal, you won't be able to change anything. I'll sense it as soon as you break through the seal, Jianchen said indifferently as he stood with his hands behind his back. Clearly, the gods of the Mo family had not sensed Jianchen's arrival. The moment Jianchen's voice rang out, all of them shuddered and snapped open their eyes. However, all of their gazes towards Jianchen were filled with anger and deep resentment. Patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan, even if the ancestor has grievances with you, he has already been killed by you. We elders of the Mo family have never offended you, nor have we offended anyone from the Tian Yuan family. Why are you trying to kill us all? A god from the Mo family said bitterly. He stared at Jianchen firmly as his resentment became unprecedentedly intense. I think many of you have already guessed the reason. You just refuse to believe it. That's right. I have indeed tried to kill your Mo family for revenge for these mortal women. Eliminating your Mo family will save the lives of many mortal women, Jianchen said coldly. His eyes were icy cold. He showed no sympathy towards the gods of the Mo family at all. Ha ha, mortals are only ants. You're actually trying to kill so many gods for the sake of these ants. Patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan, old man doesn't know whether your actions are chivalrous or foolish. If it were old man, he would try to subdue these elders and get them to submit to him so that they can become a great help to the clan. An old man laughed aloud as he stared at Jianchen with shining eyes. Jianchen's face did not change at all. He shook his head gently and said, I don't need to kill innocent people. As he said that, a golden thread silently appeared in Jianchen's hand. With a thought, the golden thread wrapped around all the elders before dragging them to another location. There was a small village on the other side of the spatial saint artifact. All the mortal women the Mo family had captured lived there, relying on farming to make a living. When Jianchen dragged the gods bound by the primordial god silk to the village, all the people there were stunned. Many pregnant women walked out with their big bellies and stared at Jianchen's group curiously. These women were all born on a Ein day and month. They were not very old, and there were even a few girls who did not even seem to be 10 years old. Clearly, they were the people who had been captured recently. Men, on the other hand, only made up 20% of these women. The purpose of their existence was self-evident. Who are you? At this moment, a burly man stepped forward. He stared at Jianchen's group cautiously. Jianchen explained the situation to all the people trapped there. When the women learnt that they had been captured and that only death awaited them in the end, all of them fell silent. Sorrow filled their eyes. Some of them had only been captured after they had reached adulthood, so they knew about the outside world. There were also some people who had been captured when they were infants. They had only heard about the outside world, but they had never seen it with their own eyes. We thought that when the child was born, we would be able to leave this place and return home. But we didn't expect that the reality would be so cruel. A woman cried bitterly. She was filled with grief. Don't worry. I've already destroyed the Mo family. These people are elders of the Mo family. If you want revenge, this is your chance. Jianchen tossed out the startling rainbow sword. It directly stabbed into the ground before the women. Chapter 1883. Looking at the startling rainbow sword on the ground and thinking about revenge, the mortal women gathered there immediately paled in fright. Many of them felt like their limbs had become weak. They lived in peace with the world. It was rare for them to even see blood, let alone kill people. As a matter of fact, they all felt fear when they thought about killing people. They stood there silently for a very long time. In the end, an older woman finally walked over with eyes filled with hatred. She pulled out the startling rainbow sword with both hands and arrived before a god from the Mo family. She said through gritted teeth, "You're far too cruel. You've kept so many of us here just to kill us when our children are born. Originally, I thought that all the sisters who left here in the past few years had their own lives and could go to the outside world to live the lives they wanted. I never thought that what awaited them would be such a cruel end. You deserve to die. You're just mortals. You're mere ants. Even if you wield weapons, you won't be able to harm us at all." A god from the Mo family stared at the woman in disdain. He acted like he was above everyone else. The woman was sorrowful. She roared out furiously and directly stabbed the god with the startling rainbow sword with both hands. The god's eyes were filled with mockery. He knew that the startling rainbow sword was a high-quality saint artifact. It was extremely powerful, but the person wielding the high-quality saint artifact was only a mortal. Let alone unleashing the power of the high-quality saint artifact, she could not even pierce through their bodies. This was because mortals did not possess such great power. However, the outcome surprised him. When the startling rainbow sword stabbed him, a powerful strand of sword chi appeared. Before the strand of sword chi, his body that was as tough as a god's became as fragile as tofu, easily pierced by the startling rainbow sword. The woman who wielded the startling rainbow sword did not even feel any obstruction at all. The sword stabbed into the god's chest, and the tip of the sword emerged from his back, dripping with blood. The celestial turned his head with difficulty to look at Jianchen behind him. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he simply didn't have the strength to speak. The light in his eyes rapidly faded away, becoming hollow. His body fell straight to the ground. When the startling rainbow sword pierced through his body, a strand of sword chi surged into his head, wiping out his soul. The death of this god made the other Tian serpents of the Mo family pale. Their eyes were filled with despair. They naturally knew that the person who had killed this heavenly god was not this mortal woman, but Jianchen. If not for Jianchen's secret help, with their mortal strength, not to mention being unable to get close to the startling rainbow sword, they wouldn't even be able to lift the sword's weight. Although the startling rainbow sword was only 3 fingers wide and 4 feet long, its weight was no less than several tens of thousands of pounds. Afterwards, the remaining gods of the Mo family were no exception. They were all stabbed to death by the women with the startling rainbow sword. All of their souls were wiped out, and even their souls were unable to escape. After dealing with the matters here, Jianchen released everyone from the artifact space. He took out some low-grade divine crystals from the space rings of the gods of the Mo family and settled them down in the provincial city. He also informed a few people in the clan to secretly take care of them so that they could live out the rest of their lives peacefully. 3 days later, Jianchen bid farewell to everyone. He got Shen Jian to continue watching over the Tianyuan family as he left the provincial city alone. He arrived in the divine kingdom of Qingyang through the teleportation formation in the clan and directly made his way to the Yin Mountains of Seven's Despair. The Yin Mountains of Seven's Despair was located at the border between the divine kingdom of Qingyang and the divine kingdom of Datian. It was an extremely huge mountain range. As the Yin Mountains of Seven's Despair were enveloped by a thick, 7-colored miasma that never dispersed, and there were many poisonous items that lived there, very few people set foot in the mountain range. Even though there were a few valuable heavenly resources there, very few people dared to take the risk. This was because the Yin Mountains of Seven's Despair had another name in this region, which was the Tomb of Gods. The reason why it was called the Tomb of Gods was because even someone as powerful as the Divine King could die in the depths of the mountains. The miasma there was just too powerful. Not only could it corrode the body, but it could even corrupt the soul. Today, a young man who seemed to be in his 20s had arrived at the foot of the deathly silent mountains of Seven's Despair. The young man was handsome, his hair draped over his shoulders, and his eyes were filled with many different emotions. They would be plain at times, as deep as ink at other times, and even as sharp as swords at other times. He gave off a pressuring presence. His face was filled with determination that did not match his age. He took small steps and made his way towards the mountains of Seven's Despair with firm step. Although he did not move quickly, he crossed an extremely great distance with each step. In just a few steps, he had appeared several kilometers away, and he was directly submerged in the miasma. The miasma really is powerful. I feel rather uncomfortable as soon as I've entered the miasma. Jianchen frowned slightly as he stood in the miasma. He discovered that the miasma was even more powerful than he had imagined it to be. This is only the outermost area, where the miasma is the thinnest. If deities come in here, it'll be very difficult for them to last 10 seconds. The miasma 100 meters away can kill gods in 10 seconds. It really is worthy of being the mountains of Seven's Despair that can kill the divine king. It really is powerful, Jianchen murmured to himself. The chaotic force within him circulated as he pushed the defenses of the chaotic body to the limit. He made his way towards the depths of the mountains of Seven's Despair with firm steps. The miasma could cut off the senses of the soul. Not only was Jianchen's vision affected within the miasma, but he could only see things within 1,000 meters. Even the senses of the soul were affected, only able to cover a range of 10 kilometers. Moreover, the miasma could even erode the senses of the soul. Every time Jianchen expanded the senses of the soul, he could not maintain it for too long. He had to withdraw it within 5 seconds. Poisonous creatures littered the mountains of Seven's Despair. Not only was every blade of grass and tree poisonous, but there were also many creatures that were poisonous as well. As Jianchen ventured deeper, the miasma became denser and denser. The poisonous creatures in the surroundings became older and more powerful as well. Not only did the poisonous creatures include various magical beasts that had reached godhood, but there were also many different types of plants. These plants had all existed for an extremely long time. Some of them had gradually developed intelligence and possessed extraordinary abilities. If gods faced them, they would definitely die. Suddenly, a 10-meter-wide, multicolored flower erupted from the ground beneath Jianchen's feet. Every petal was filled with dense venom. They closed together with lightning speed, swallowing Jianchen in a single moment. Fast. It was just too fast. Jianchen was unable to dodge in time. Chapter 1884. However, the flower began to tremble unnaturally soon after it swallowed Jianchen. Its huge petals rapidly became covered in cracks as dark green venom leaked out from the cracks. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The flower produced a strange sound as if it was groaning in pain. The huge flower around Jianchen trembled violently before it began to struggle violently. Dark green venom sprayed out like a fountain. That huge flower also fiercely smashed into the ground as it struggled in pain. It smashed a huge hole in the ground, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous boom rang out. At this moment, the entire body of the 7-colored demonic flower suddenly exploded into pieces. Dark green poison splashed all over the sky, containing an extremely strong poison. The venom was even enough to pose a serious threat to overgods. With the explosion of the flower, Jianchen reappeared. He was protected by the light of the sword as he shone like the sun. Powerful sword intent permeated the surroundings, and it actually thinned the 7-colored miasma slightly. It was forcefully repelled by Jianchen. With Jianchen's current battle prowess, it was difficult for him to find an opponent among overgods. As long as he did not venture into the depths of the mountains, there really were not a lot of people who could pose a threat to him. This flower has actually reached the level of an early overgod, and it's skilled in sneak attack. Under the cover of this natural barrier, it's impossible to defend against. Even mid-overgods will suffer greatly if they encounter it, even if they don't die. The light around Jianchen slowly dispersed. He stared at the shattered remains of the flower calmly as the light in his eyes flickered. At this moment, a powerful pulse of energy attracted Jianchen's attention. Jianchen made his way over. With a wave of his hand, a powerful gust of wind struck the ground, blowing away the remnants of the flower. Immediately, a fist-sized, dark green orb appeared before Jianchen. Pure and powerful energy circulated within it. It was extremely active. Jianchen's eyes immediately narrowed when he saw the orb. He said, "Is this the flower's plant core?" A strange light flickered through Jianchen's eyes. With a wave of his hand, the plant core flew into his hand. The moment the plant core entered his hand, Jianchen frowned. He felt pain spread from his hand. His hand that held the plant core rapidly turned black as his flesh was being eaten away by the potent venom of the plant core. What a potent venom! Jianchen could not help but sigh in amazement. He circulated his chaotic force and expelled the venom from his hand. Even his corroded hand recovered rapidly. In just a few seconds it had returned to its original state. Now that he circulated his chaotic force, the venom within the plant core was unable to harm Jianchen at all. The light in Jianchen's eyes flickered as he stared at the plant core in his hand with interest. He murmured, "The plant's strength is equivalent to an early overgod, and the plant core basically contains the essence of all the plant's energy. If I can remove the venom..." Jianchen's eyes began to shine as he glanced around. His gaze landed on the plants in the surroundings. A while later, Jianchen stowed the plant core away and continued on his way. He had thought about immediately refining the energy within the plant core and cultivating. After all, it was the plant core of an early overgod. The energy within it was so terrifying that it could not be compared to 10,000-year god origin pills. However, he was only a god right now. His chaotic force could fend off the plant's venom, but he was unable to refine it. As for his comprehension of the laws of the sword as a late overgod, that was only the comprehension of laws. It would not be of any help to refine the venom within the plant core. Therefore, he had no choice but to keep this highly toxic monster core for the time being. However, unbeknownst to Jianchen, the moment he killed the plant core, a tremendous presence slowly awakened in a huge cave in the depths of the Seven Despair Mountains. With the awakening of the presence, the entire mountain range shook violently. All the magical beasts bowed down as they trembled. Their eyes were filled with fear. One of this king's avatars was killed by an outsider. An extremely powerful thought wave spread in the cave, turning into a roar filled with anger. The ground of the cave trembled violently, and a huge seven-colored flower slowly broke out of the ground. The flower was exactly the same as the seven-colored flower that Jianchen had killed. The only difference was the difference in size. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. The seven-colored flower he had destroyed before was only 10 meters tall, but the demonic flower here was at least 100 zhang tall. Calm down. You can't disobey the ninth prince's orders unless the outsider has intruded on our territory. Otherwise, it's best if we don't do anything. It'll be bad if the ninth prince learns about this. An old voice rang out. A huge face appeared out of nowhere. Its wrinkles were compressed together, making it seem extremely ancient. Moreover, the face was illusionary. Clearly, it had been conjured from a sliver of the power of the soul. The 300-meter-tall seven-colored demonic flower exuded an intense killing intent as it grew colder and colder. However, in the end, it still didn't step out of the cave. It only sent out a cold thought, "Outsider, this king shall wait for you here. I hope you won't disappoint this king." Basically, all outsiders know that the depths of the mountain range are forbidden. Although the outsider's strength is impressive, he might not be bold enough to venture so far. "Qizong, you need to think of a way to get out. Only then will you have a chance at avenging your clone, said the old voice. Jianshan rapidly ventured deeper into the Een Mountains of Seven's Despair. He had already arrived in the central region. The miasma there was so powerful that it had reached an extremely terrifying level. Even late overgods would not be able to last for more than 4 hours here. Only Jianshan could stand there unscathed with the toughness of his chaotic body and the light from his sword. He did not fear the miasma. However, his vision had already shrunk from 1,000 meters away to 500 meters. Jianshan rarely used the senses of his soul anymore. The miasma was just too powerful. As soon as he released the senses of his soul, the miasma would invade his body rapidly. In just a few seconds he would become dizzy. I've killed many plants that have become demons along the way. I've even killed quite a few poisonous beasts. It's a pity that I haven't obtained a lot of monster cores. I don't know why, but not all plants that turn into monsters can produce monster cores. On the other hand, almost every poisonous beast has a monster core in its body. Among the demons and poisonous beasts I've killed, there were a total of 9 that were overgod. Aside from the 3 poisonous beasts, the other 6 were all plants that had become demons. The 6 overgod demons only had 3 monster cores. Jianshan calculated inside. Although he did not find any heavenly resources that could heal the soul along the way, he had benefited quite a lot. Chapter 1885. With a flip of his hand, Jianshan took out the 3 monster cores from his space ring. The 3 monster cores were the same size as the monster core. In terms of appearance, they did not seem too different from the monster core. They were all dark green and extremely poisonous. These were 3 monster cores on the level of overgod. They were also the monster cores of the highest grade that Jianshan had ever seen in his life. However, Jianshan felt extremely helpless when he looked at the 3 extremely high-grade monster cores in his hand. He felt indescribable bitterness. After reaching the 10th layer of his chaotic body, he had ingested the golden ginseng king and many extremely high-grade heavenly resources he had found in the divine king's space ring, as well as several dozen 10,000-year god origin pills. These things had allowed his chaotic Niden to grow by quite a lot. He was not far away from the 11th layer now. Perhaps he only needed to refine the 3 monster cores and it would be enough for him to successfully break through to the 11th layer. Even if the 3 monster cores were not enough, he still had a few monster cores on hand. It would not be a problem for him to reach the 11th layer. However, what made Jianshan feel extremely helpless was that both the monster cores and monster cores were extremely poisonous. They had exceeded the range that his chaotic force could refine. As a result, he had the resources that could allow him to reach the 11th layer of the chaotic body, but he just happened to be unable to use them. This made him feel extremely conflicted. I'll probably need a divine king to refine the poison in the monster cores and monster cores, Jianshan sighed gently. He dismissed his thoughts and continued on his way. He had not come to the Een Mountains of Seven's Despair for the monster cores and monster cores. Instead, he was looking for heavenly resources that could heal the soul. He had discovered many heavenly resources along the way, but unfortunately, they had all been corroded by the miasma and mutated. They were filled with poison and were only harmful. Jianshan had yet to discover any heavenly resources that could heal the soul. After another few dozen kilometers, Jianshan's eyes suddenly narrowed. A white flower bloomed 100 meters in front of him. It was only the size of a palm, and it pulsed with misty light. It was enveloped by a layer of pure white light. Even though the poisonous miasma permeated the surroundings, it was unable to penetrate the layer of white light, allowing the white flower to grow in the Een Mountains of Seven's Despair. This is the white jade spirit platform flower. Jianshan's eyes lit up with excitement. The white jade spirit platform flower was one of the heavenly resources that could heal injuries to the soul. It was of the same grade as the soul-drawing lotus. They were both extremely rare and high-grade heavenly resources. At this moment, a loud roar of a beast was heard. The entire earth shook violently. A 6-meter-tall magical beast was running over from afar. It looked like a pig and was very fat. However, there was a pair of wings on its back. As it was just too heavy, its short wings were clearly unable to carry it through the air. However, the presence it gave off was so powerful that it caused the mountains to fall silent temporarily. It even made Jianchen frown. A late over-god magical beast. Jianchen remained as still as a mountain. This was the most powerful existence he had come across since he had entered the Een Mountains of Seven's Despair, but he showed no fear. The magical beast ran over with lightning speed from afar and blocked the white jade spirit platform flower with its fat body. It looked at Jianchen furiously and directly roared out with its huge mouth. At the same time, it spat out a stream of dark green venom. It shot towards Jianchen like an arrow. Daluo's sword. At the same time, Jianchen struck out as well. He directly used the Daluo sword chi in an attempt to end the battle quickly. The golden Daluo sword of sword chi was unstoppable. It directly dispersed the venom from the wild boar and landed on the huge head of the venomous beast viciously with sword chi that filled the sky. Immediately, green blood that contained potent poison splashed out. A deep wound appeared on the poison beast's enormous head. Its enormous body was also sent flying backwards, violently smashing into the ground, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. Jianchen was protected by the light of the sword as he shone with endless white light. He took a step forward with the startling rainbow sword, crossing 100 meters in a single instance and appearing beside the white jade spirit platform flower. He directly plucked the flower and stored it away carefully. The magical beast that seemed like a wild boar became furious after Jianchen plucked the flower away. It roared out furiously as its eyes became blood-red. It charged towards Jianchen madly, smashing through all the towering trees along the way with its mountainous body. At that moment, powerful pulses of energy radiated from the pair of tiny wings on its back. They seemed to have turned into 2 blades, and with a flash, they slashed towards Jianchen with lightning-like speed. Jianchen was emotionless. His eyes were cold as he swung out with the startling rainbow sword. The resplendent light from the sword forced the miasma in the surroundings to retreat while the intense white light illuminated the entire forest. Boom! With a loud boom, the startling rainbow sword collided with the blade formed from the poisonous beast's wings. A loud boom rang out as the powerful energy collided. It turned into an energy storm that swept out in all directions, causing the earth to be uprooted and the surrounding vegetation to shatter. The 7-colored poison miasma that filled the area churned violently. After the strike, Jianchen remained where he was like a mountain. The startling rainbow sword shone resplendently. It was enveloped by a layer of light, making it impossible to see the sword clearly. As for that 20 feet tall enormous poisonous beast, it let out a miserable shriek. It was filled with pain. The pair of short wings on its back had already been cut off, and green blood had dyed its entire body. It was struggling in pain. Spurt! It was also at this moment that Jianchen stabbed out with the startling rainbow sword. With a flash, it directly entered the magical beast's head, wiping out its soul. The magical beast immediately collapsed limply. It had completely lost all signs of life. Even its monster core had been taken away by Jianchen. The startling rainbow sword vanished from Jianchen's hand. Jianchen looked at the white jade spirit altar flower in his space ring and finally smiled faintly. I've finally found a heavenly resource that can heal the soul. I just wonder if this white jade spirit altar flower will be able to awaken Kea. To be safe, I'll find a few more, Jianchen thought to himself. He was confident that with his strength, there were very few creatures that could threaten him as long as he did not venture into the depths of the Een Mountains of Seven's Despair. Suddenly, a unique fragrance wafted over. Jianchen only took a whiff of it, and he immediately felt his soul shudder violently. He felt like the power of his soul that he had depleted in the mountains of Seven's despair had been completely replenished at that moment, and it had become even more consolidated and powerful. Of course, this was only an illusion he had after taking in a whiff of the fragrance. Even though that was the case, it was enough to make Jianshan's eyes light up. His soul was so powerful right now that just a whiff of the fragrance was enough to make him feel like this. He immediately determined that the heavenly resource that gave off the fragrance was of a terrifying grade. Chapter 1886. The source of the fragrance should still be quite far away from me. It's a pity that my vision and the senses of my soul have been affected by the miasma of Seven despair, so I can't see just how far away the heavenly resource is. I can only use the fragrance to determine its direction right now. Jianshan stared in the direction of the fragrance and immediately hurried over. Jianshan moved like a ghost, silently advancing through the miasma. He vanished in a flash and moved extremely quickly. Along the way, they naturally encountered many dangers. If they didn't encounter some powerful poisonous beasts, they would be entangled by plants that had turned into demons. However, with Jianshan's current strength, basically nothing could threaten him as long as he did not come across a divine king. Naturally, he dealt with them easily, allowing him to obtain 2 more Overgod monster cores and an Overgod monster core. Now, Jianshan possessed 9 Overgod monster cores and monster cores. This was an extremely great harvest to him. It had completely surpassed the high-grade divine crystals he obtained from killing overgods outside. If it were not for the fact that the overgod monster cores and monster cores were extremely poisonous, any single one of them would be worth several dozen blocks of high-grade divine crystals at the very least. When Jianshan traveled 100 kilometers along with the fragrance, he suddenly stopped. He frowned as he stared at the miasma up ahead. He had already sensed that something was off. What kind of heavenly resource is this? The fragrance it gives off can travel so far in the special environment of the mountains of Seven's despair. I've traveled 100 kilometers, yet I still haven't seen the true appearance of the heavenly resource, Jianshan thought. The light in his eyes flickered as he became surprised and doubtful. For a moment, he did not continue onwards. Logically speaking, the fragrance from any heavenly resource should be affected by the miasma in a place like the mountains of Seven's despair. However, the fragrance that I've smelled has actually drifted to an area of 100 miles. Is someone doing this on purpose, using this method to lure me in, or is this heavenly treasure of a terrifyingly high grade that has already surpassed the 9th grade of the immortal grade and reached the legendary divine grade? Jianshan's heart began to beat uncontrollably as soon as he thought about how it was extremely likely to be a god-tier heavenly resource. However, he calmed down very soon. He stared ahead and became hesitant. He murmured to himself, "If I continue onwards, I'll be in the very depths of the mountains of Seven's despair. That's the most terrifying place in the mountains. It's said that even divine king realm experts can die there." Jianshan was conceited, but he was not arrogant. He could move about freely in the central region of the mountains of Seven's despair, but he was extremely fearful of the very depths. He was unwilling to set foot there so easily. Even the divine king could die there. As a mere overgod, he was an ant-like figure before the divine king. If he encountered such terrifying danger, he would definitely die. However, the fragrance from there was indeed very tempting to Jianshan. It was a fatal temptation, almost making his blood boil. This was because it was a 9th grade immortal tier heavenly resource at the very least. It might even be a god tier heavenly resource. It was extremely rare. Fortune comes from danger. Such a high-grade heavenly resource is enough for me to take the risk. Moreover, I have a god artifact to protect me. With the toughness of my chaotic body, I should be able to retreat even if I come across any danger. In the end, Jianshan made up his mind. He took out the god artifact from his space ring and put it on. Afterwards, he continued onwards, entering the very depths of the mountains of Seven's despair. The ancestor of the Mo family had completely repaired the outer appearance of the god artifact. The god artifact wrapped around Jianshan's entire body, only leaving his eyes exposed. Furthermore, even his eyes were protected by a layer of thin film. With its protective power, it was truly airtight. Jianshan became cautious after entering the very depths of the mountains of Seven's despair. He advanced carefully as he paid close attention to the movements in the surroundings. He was extremely cautious. He could not afford to be careless at all with his current location. Even the Divine King could die here. As long as he was even slightly careless, it was possible for him to be doomed. After entering the very depths, the sounds of birds, beasts, and insects have all vanished. The surroundings are silent. All of this indicates that the very depths of the mountains of Seven's despair are extremely dangerous and terrifying. It's so terrifying that even the overgod-level poisonous beasts outside are afraid to set foot here. A gleam of light flickered through Jianshan's eyes. He sniffed in the direction of the fragrance as he advanced cautiously. After advancing for a few more kilometers, a huge cave appeared before Jianshan's eyes. The cave was gloomy, having been affected by the miasma. Even with Jianshan's eyesight, he was unable to see through the darkness. However, the fragrance that had drifted over 100 kilometers away originated from the cave. Jianshan erased his presence. Under the protection of the god artifact, he approached the cave carefully. However, just when Jianshan had made it halfway, he suddenly came to a halt. He felt the presence of death rapidly envelop him. His entire body seemed to become abnormally cold at that moment. Even his blood seemed to stop flowing. Jianshan reacted extremely quickly. He immediately retreated as quickly as he could. At the same time, he formed a seal with his hand and used the linear lightning release without any hesitation in an attempt to flee. At the same time, a thick vine burst out of the ground where Jianshan had been standing. It basically brushed past Jianshan's chest and shot into the sky with a powerful pulse of energy. It had almost struck Jianshan. The Divine King! Jianshan shivered inside. Before he could think any further, he had already completed his seal. He was enveloped by a layer of powerful light, and he turned into a bolt of lightning, fleeing outside decisively. You want to leave? Not so easy. Stay here for me. A powerful mental pulse shook up the forest. It was filled with fury and extremely heavy killing intent. With that, the ground cracked. Huge vines emerged from the ground one after another. Every single vine pulsed with terrifying energy. The energy was so powerful that it caused the surrounding space to tremble. The seven-colored miasma in the surroundings retreated. It possessed devastating power. Swish, 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 the vines shot out together. As if they had broken through space and the limits of distance, they covered 1,000 kilometers in a single instant. They shot off into the distance in an instant, chasing after Jianshan, who had fled as a bolt of lightning. However, even though the vines were extremely fast, Jianshan's linear lightning release was even faster. The distance between them rapidly widened. Duo T, stop him. Seeing that he couldn't catch up to it, the wave of consciousness spread out again, directly spreading to another cave not far away. Qizong, remember that you owe me a favor, a rough and heavy voice rang out from the cave. With that, Jianshan suddenly felt his body tighten. The space around him had actually frozen at that moment, as if it had become a cage, trapping him firmly inside. Even moving a finger was abnormally difficult. Profound sword qi. With a thought, a finger-sized strand of sword qi appeared above Jianshan's head. It radiated with surging sword intent. It was extremely shocking. Boom! The profound sword qi directly struck the frozen space, causing the space there to violently tremble. The prison formed by the frozen space shattered with a bang. This outsider is quite capable. From the second cave, a soft exclamation of surprise could be heard. With that delay, the thick vines had already caught up. They wrapped around Jianchen, trapping him like a dumpling. Jianchen's heart sank. He sent out a second strand of profound sword chi, directly shooting it at the vines that trapped him. However, the vines were unimaginably powerful. The second strand of profound sword chi only managed to cut through 2 vines. Not only did it fail to cut through all the vines around him, but it even attracted even more vines to wrap around him. Chapter 1887. More and more vines appeared around Jianchen, and they became tighter and tighter. In the end, every single vine seemed to have become an extremely tough piece of metal, thousands of times tougher than steel. They wrapped around Jianchen firmly with terrifying power, as if they wanted to rip Jianchen to pieces. Jianchen was unable to move at all. The vines were extremely powerful. No matter how hard he tried, no matter what he did, he was unable to break free. Right now, he only possessed the strength of a peak over god, but he could not even move a finger. This was because he was facing a peak divine king. Moreover, he could sense that the divine king he faced was much more powerful than the grand imperial protector of the divine kingdom of Pingtian. Creak, creak, the rapidly tightening vines rubbed against the god artifact on him, producing ear-piercing sounds. If it were not for the protection of the god artifact, Jianchen probably would have been directly cut to pieces by the vines. I never thought that this outsider would actually wear a god artifact. That's something that even some infinite primes don't possess. It's just a pity that the god artifact is damaged. It's not perfect. Within the second cave, that deep and rough voice sounded out once more, and it carried a strong sense of interest. Qizong, you have no use for the god artifact. The person is yours, and the god artifact is mine. You can treat it as returning the favor you owe me. With that, an extremely burly, bare-chested, bald man walked out from the second cave. The man's appearance was nothing special. His appearance was extremely ordinary. The only thing that stood out about him was the imprint on his forehead. The imprint radiated with the power of laws. It seemed to disturb space, causing the space around him to pulse gently. It was as if the space there was under his control. You can have the god artifact, but you can't let him escape. Qizong sent out a mental pulse. Don't worry, this space is under my control. No matter how fast he is, he won't be able to escape from my grasp, the large man said confidently. The vines binding Jianchen suddenly loosened, allowing Jianchen to regain his ability to move. However, the vines did not retreat. Instead, they spread out in all directions, forming a huge prison that trapped Jianchen inside, preventing him from escaping. The bald man also stood in the cage formed by the vines. He stared at Jianchen's god artifact with shining eyes as he drooled. Having regained his mobility, Jianchen knew that it would be very difficult for him to escape, but he would not just sit there and do nothing. He took out several soul recovery pills and swallowed them as quickly as he could, recovering the power of his soul that he had expended after using the 2 strands of profound sword chi. At the same time, he formed a sword seal and fought with his full strength. The Daluo sword, Tai sword technique. Jianchen basically used 2 streaks of light at the same time, one golden and one white. They shot towards the bald man with surging sword chi. The bald man stood there with his arms crossed as he stared at Jianchen with a sneer. He directly ignored the 2 strands of sword chi from Jianchen. The 2 strands of sword chi were indeed very powerful, enough to pose a great threat to late overgods. However, in the eyes of the bald man who had already reached the level of divine king, the 2 strands of sword chi were just too weak. However, to his surprise, before Jianchen's 2 strands of sword chi could approach the bald man, they collided and produced a great boom. Powerful ripples of energy wreaked havoc in the surroundings with the scattered strands of sword chi, turning into an extremely terrifying storm. It rampaged through the prison formed from countless vines. However, the vines were extremely sturdy. This level of energy was only enough to make overgods pale. It was nothing to Divine King experts. The storm of energy was firmly locked down by the prison formed from the vines. Jianchen did not intend to use the storm of energy to break out of the prison. The moment the energy erupted, a teleportation formation disk appeared in his hand. He used the disguise of the storm of energy to activate the teleportation formation disk as quickly as he could. You're just a mere overgod. If I really let you escape from me, I won't be able to face anyone in the future. Freeze. The bald man smiled mockingly. As he said that, Jianchen immediately became immobilized. The space around him suddenly froze. It was not just his body. Even the terrifying storm formed by the powerful energy shockwaves from the collision of the two sword chis froze at the same time. Jianchen's heart sank. He looked at the bald man. The bald man's control over space had reached such a level of power. Just a simple freezing of space was something that Jianchen could not break through no matter how hard he tried. To think that a Divine King realm expert is so terrifying. Jianchen's heart sank. This was the first time he had clashed with a Divine King expert. He discovered that he was unable to fight back at all. This god artifact is mine. Duo Ti's burly body appeared before Jianchen like he had teleported. He removed the god artifact from Jianchen's body. As Jianchen was unable to refine the god artifact, he could only wear it. As a result, Duo T was able to take it from Jianchen easily. He flipped through it admiringly as he smiled from ear to ear. He was extremely happy. Qizong, I'll leave this outsider to you. Duo T directly left after taking the god artifact. Even though space had recovered, Jianchen was bound by thick vines again. The ground began to tremble violently. As thick cracks rapidly spread out, a 7-colored flower that was over 100 feet in size slowly broke out of the ground. It emitted a dazzling 7-colored light, which was very enchanting. So it's actually a demonic flower that's binding me. Jianchen's eyes narrowed when he saw the flower. He had seen it before. He had killed one when he first entered the Een Mountains of Seven's Despair. Aside from size and strength, they were basically identical in appearance. The vines that wrapped around his body were the countless roots of the flower. Outsider, you killed this king's clone. This king will suck away all of your blood essence, devour your body, and torture your Yuan spirit, making you wish you were dead. I will take revenge for this king's clone. The giant demonic flower seemed to be unable to speak. It emitted a thought wave filled with anger. Since Jianchen had lost the protection of his armor, the tendrils that bound his body had already dug deep into his flesh. Blood flowed out from his wounds. His blood was being absorbed by the root. Right now, Jianchen was facing a true life-threatening crisis. At the same time, Kaya's eyelashes actually trembled gently as he lay in the crystal coffin within Jianchen's space ring. He seemed to want to open his eyes as much as he could. The 7-colored heaven-devouring beast on the crystal coffin seemed to sense something. Its tiny eyes suddenly snapped open, and it stared at Kaya without blinking. Its intelligent eyes were filled with doubt, but there was also some eagerness. Unfortunately, Kaya's eyelashes only trembled slightly before he stopped reacting. Outside, Jianchen remained composed even though his life was in danger. He stared at the huge flower calmly and said, "So that's how it is. The flower I killed before was actually your clone. However, it won't be that easy to kill me." With that, 2 streaks of light, one violet and one azure, shot into the sky from Jianchen. They were dazzling, piercing through the 7-colored miasma and reaching the 9 heavens. They turned into 2 swords that stood in the sky, causing the surroundings to pale in comparison. Dual sword fusion. Jianchen bellowed out. His voice seemed to possess a boundless charm, reverberating through the entire mountain range, piercing through rock and metal. His left eye had actually become completely azure, while his right eye had become completely violet. They shone with an enchanting light. Chapter 1888. Even if the chances of survival are less than 10%, there's still a sliver of hope. However, if I don't do this, I'll be dead for sure. The strength displayed by the Divine King's orchid has completely exceeded the Grand Imperial Protector of the Divine Kingdom of Pingtian. With my current strength, I can only rely on the fusion of the two swords to fight for a chance of survival. Moreover, even if I die after using the fusion of the two swords, the orchid won't have it easy either. It'll definitely pay a heavy price, Jianshan communicated with the senses of his soul. His gaze was determined. He had run out of options now. The orchid was so powerful that even if he used the profound sword chi, it would not be able to threaten it. This was because the difference in strength between the two of them was just too great. If the two swords fuse, the orchid will die for sure, but master. The sword spirit sighed. The two strands of sword chi appeared above Jianshan's head. They tore through the miasma and stabbed into the sky, radiating with devastating power. Moreover, the two strands of sword chi gradually approached each other under Jianshan's control. They were about to fuse together. Immediately, as the two strands of sword chi rapidly approached each other, a terrifying, devastating pressure gradually began to brew. It became more and more powerful, throwing the surroundings into chaos. It caused the entire region of space to tremble violently. This pressure was simply too powerful. In front of it, it was as if even the heavens and earth were trembling in fear. What is this? Qizong used its roots to bind Jianshan tightly. In its eyes, Jianshan was as weak as an ant. He would not be able to withstand a single blow. However, at this moment, the terrifying, devastating presence from Jianshan made it tremble uncontrollably. An unprecedented fear silently filled its entire body. The reason for that was because it smelled the aura of death. That aura was so close to it. God damn it, what secret technique is this? It's actually so terrifying that even I feel chills down my spine. The bald man who had taken away Jianshan's armor walked out of the cave again. His eyes were wide open as he stared at Jianshan in disbelief. They were filled with shock. This outsider is using a devastating secret technique. Qizong, what are you hesitating for? Kill him quickly. Don't let him finish charging up his secret technique. In the distance, a huge old tree that was thousands of feet tall quickly walked over using its root. An old face appeared on the thick trunk. The wrinkles on the face had already been squeezed together, and it had a grave expression. The old tree that had become a demon was a divine king. Just like Qizong, it was no regular divine king. It was much more powerful than the Grand Imperial Protector of the Divine Kingdom of Pingtian. The appearance of the tree caused Jianshan's eyes to narrow. He had never thought that there would actually be 3 God Kings hidden in the depths of the mountains. Qizong, hurry up and kill him! However, this was not the end. There were far more than 3 Divine King experts hidden in the Een Mountains of Seven's Despair. After the old tree, a few more figures emerged from the miasma. Their presences surged, making them extremely shocking. 8 Divine King experts. With that, even Jianshan became stunned. There were actually 8 Divine King experts hidden in the tiny Een Mountains of Seven's Despair. At this moment, a roar rang out, and a terrifyingly long python that was only as thick as a bowl emerged from the miasma. It also stared at Jianshan sternly with its small eyes. On the back of this extremely slender python, there were 2 threads, one gold and one silver, that extended from head to tail. A golden-striped silver snake. Jianshan's heart shuddered. He immediately recognized the small snake that was only as thick as a bowl but several thousand meters long. It was a member of the same clan as the newbies, the golden-striped silver snake. The golden-striped silver snake had also reached the Divine King level. There are 9 Divine King experts. Jianshan felt bitter inside. Only now did he understand just what kind of place he had come to. There was actually a nest of Divine King experts hidden here. All of them were experts of the poison domain. In the next moment, Jianshan roared out at the sky. He shone with intense violet light as he used all his strength to fuse the two swords. With his current strength, he was unable to fuse the two swords in a single moment. He needed some time to charge up. However, right now, Jianchen basically wanted to be able to fuse the two swords in a single moment. Blood had already oozed from the corner of his lips. The fusion of the two swords was just too terrifying. Before the fusion was complete, he had already suffered from the backlash. Even if I die here today, I'll drag a few of you down with me. Jianchen was already prepared to die. At the same time, Qizong attacked Jianchen as hard as he could in an attempt to stop Jianchen from fusing the two swords. Suddenly, something happened. A gentle light descended from the sky, piercing through the layers of seven-colored miasma and forming a barrier around Jianchen. The barrier seemed thin, but it was extremely powerful. When Qizang's full-powered attack landed on it, he was actually unable to pierce through the paper-thin barrier. What a powerful power of laws! Who is it? Qizong sent out a mental pulse, and the flower swayed gently. Every petal rapidly closed up as a powerful energy charged up. The barrier could block his attack. It was not the barrier itself that was powerful, but the power of laws. The expressions of the other 8 divine king changed slightly as well. They all looked at the barrier of light before Jianchen sternly. Jianchen obviously sensed the sudden change as well. He stared at the gentle light around him, and a sliver of joy appeared on his face. He was very familiar with this gentle light, so familiar that he instantly thought of a peerless beauty. Stop this secret technique of yours. I don't know what this secret technique is, but it's far more powerful than your current strength. You'll have to pay an unimaginable price for using it. A familiar voice rang out in Jianchen's head. With that, a woman in a white dress slowly descended from the sky. She was surrounded by pure moonlight. Her face was devastatingly beautiful, peerless in her generation. A bright moon hung behind her, making her look like a fairy flying in the moon. She was extraordinary, refined, and untainted by the mortal world. The presence she gave off was as tremendous as the ocean, enveloping the entire mountains of Seven's despair. It was extremely terrifying, causing the world to tremble and the clouds to surge. Chapter 1889. Fairy Haoyue. Jianchen's voice was filled with surprise and joy. He had never thought that Fairy Haoyue, who had left several decades ago, would actually appear here in such a time of great danger. Moreover, she was so powerful that she was no longer the same as when she had just fled from the Divine King's dwelling. Now, she could easily block Qizang's attacks with just a single layer of defense. Jianchen knew that the danger he faced would be resolved with Fairy Haoyue's appearance. Without any hesitation, he immediately gave up on fusing the two swords. At the same time, the sword spirits secretly worked to assist Jianchen. They did everything they could to separate the two swords that were about to fuse with great difficulty. During this time, Jianchen suffered a powerful backlash once again. His face became pale white, devoid of any blood. He was haggard and filled with a sense of weakness. The backlash from fusing the two swords was just too great. Just the process of fusing the two swords, before they had completely fused, had already left Jianchen so heavily injured. If it were not for his chaotic body, which made his body extremely tough, anyone else would have been left half dead even if they managed to survive. We belong to the 9th Prince of the Blood Sun Empire. Sir, who are you? Which clan and which sect do you belong to? Qizang's petals had already closed tightly. He emitted a mental pulse as he spoke sternly. At the same time, the other 8 god kings hidden in the depths of the mountains of Seven's despair made their way over at the same time. Some of them had already assumed human form, while others were the same as Qizong, maintaining their plant forms. They stood with Qizong, and all of their gazes gathered on Fairy Haoyue. They were extremely stern. Fairy Haoyue ignored the 9 divine kings before her. Instead, she looked at Jianchen and studied him. She frowned, Didn't I give you a jade talisman for communication before I left? Why didn't you crush the jade talisman to inform me when you were in danger? If I hadn't coincidentally arrived here, you probably wouldn't have been able to escape death today." With that, Jianshan smiled bitterly. "There are 9 divine kings before me. Although I can't tell their exact strength, they must have surpassed the initial divine king. In just a few decades, I have no idea how much strength you've recovered. If I call you over and you're not their opponent, wouldn't that be harming you? Furthermore, the time is so short. If you are very far away from me, even if I ask you for help, I don't know if you can make it in time." "You have a point. Not bad, all 9 of them have attained the late stage of the Divine King. Their strength is indeed not something that an early-stage Divine King can compare to," Fairy Haoyue said. She then took out a pill and passed it to Jianshan, saying, "This is a first-grade Divine Tier healing pill. Consume it quickly." A Divine Tier pill. Jianshan was secretly stunned. Divine Tier pills were already divine pills, far surpassing immortal pills. Every single one of them was priceless. Many divine kings did not even possess pills of this level. He had never thought that in just a few decades, Fairy Haoyue would actually be able to take out a Divine Tier pill. "I'll return the god artifact to you. Sir, please leave quickly." The bald man, Duo T, was unwilling to give up. He reluctantly tossed away the god artifact in his hand, which he had not even held for long. The reason why Duo T had handed the god artifact back so easily was because it was damaged, so its value had been drastically reduced. Moreover, he could tell that Fairy Haoyue was powerful. There was no need for him to offend such a powerful enemy over a damaged god artifact. Fairy Haoyue accepted the god artifact. A sliver of surprise appeared in her eyes, and then she handed the god artifact back to Jianshan. She said, "Jianshan, you haven't come here for no reason, right? Are you looking for something?" "Correct." Jianshan explained why he had come to the Een Mountains of Seven's Despair. The expressions of the 9 Divine King experts all changed when they heard that Jianshan had come for heavenly resources that could heal the soul. "You really have come to the right place to look for heavenly resources that can heal the soul." Fairy Haoyue smiled gently. She stared at the 9 Divine King meaningfully and said, "According to what I know, you just happen to possess a Void Cloud flower. It's a first-grade Divine Tier flower, and its main function is to heal the soul. It can also be used as nourishment for the Flower of Ways." "Sir, what are you trying to do?" The gazes of the 9 Divine Kings sharpened. They were filled with caution. "You should know what I'm trying to say. Are you going to hand it over, or do you want me to take it personally?" Fairy Haoyue said calmly. "The Void Cloud flower belongs to the 9th Prince." "Sir, are you sure you want to take something from the 9th Prince? You should know that the 9th Prince is the person with the greatest chance of becoming Emperor of the Blood Sun Empire. Even infinite primes have to show some respect to the 9th Prince," the old tree said. He wanted to make Fairy Haoyue back off. "Who's the 9th Prince? I've never heard of him before. However, I don't just want the Void Cloud flower today. I also want the Flower of Ways planted here," Fairy Haoyue said. Jianshan basically understood everything with that. The 9 Divine King before him had probably been sent by the 9th Prince of the Eternal Blood Sun Empire in the southern region. Their objective was to nurture the Flower of Ways here. Clearly, Fairy Haoyue had come for the Flower of Ways. "I wonder what the Flower of Ways is. It seems quite precious," Jianshan thought. "The Flower of Ways is extremely important to the 9th Prince. If you want the Flower of Ways, you'll have to step over our corpses," the old tree growled. Fairy Haoyue's face sank. She said, "If that's the case, I'll have to take it personally." Suddenly, Fairy Haoyue shone brightly, as if she had become a huge moon. Pure and gentle moonlight shone down, dispersing the 7-colored miasma in the surroundings and covering the entire mountain range with a layer of silver. The 9 Divine King realm experts were enveloped by the moonlight at this moment. The moonlight seemed to possess the power of time. It could reverse time and space, turning the past and future upside down. Under the cover of the moonlight, the 9 people's appearances rapidly changed, returning to their youth. The old tree and Qi Zhang's colossal bodies shrank at a visible rate as well. Something unbelievable was happening to them. It was as if all the time they had spent in their lives was rapidly receding, returning to the past. Even more terrifyingly, their strength rapidly declined as well. They went from late Divine King Realm to mid-Divine King Realm before falling back to early Divine King Realm. This is the power of time. Oh no, she's used the power of time to return us to the past. The 9 divine kings from the Een Mountains of Seven's Despair cried out. Their faces all changed drastically. Chapter 1890. A vicious gleam of light immediately flashed through Fairy Haoyue's eyes as soon as he said that. She immediately glared at the divine king who was gradually returning to his youth under her powers of time. Cold killing intent filled her eyes. If that's the case, I can only kill all 9 of you. As long as you're dead, that 9th prince won't know what happened here. Even if he knows, he won't know who took the Void Cloud Flower and the Flower of Ways, Fairy Haoyue said coldly. Originally, she had not come with killing intent. She only wanted to take the Flower of Ways. The flower would be extremely helpful to her recovery. However, Duo Ti's words had ignited the killing intent in her heart. The Blood Sun Empire was an eternal empire in the southern region of the Cloud Plain. They were extremely powerful, but Fairy Haoyue did not take them seriously at all. The only thing she was worried about was causing trouble for Jianshan's Tianyuan family. That was exactly why she changed her mind and made up her mind to kill them all. Fairy Haoyue reached out, and immediately, surging essence of the moon condensed in the air. It condensed into a jade-white scepter in her hand in a single moment. Even though the scepter was an illusionary object condensed from energy, it was exactly the same as the moon god's scepter that she had given to Yu in the past. Fairy Haoyue held the scepter as a moon appeared behind her. Extremely powerful moonlight shone from her, illuminating the surroundings and enveloping the mountains. She gently waved the scepter in her hand, and 9 pillars of light appeared above the 9 divine king experts at the same time. They all pulsed with powerful energy, and they possessed the power of laws that completely surpassed the divine kings. Every single pillar of light possessed devastating power. The 9 divine king experts all glowed as powerful energy pulsed from their bodies. None of them were willing to die like this. Even though they knew that they were no match for them, they still fought back as hard as they could. They all used their full strength to strike at the pillars of light above them. Boom! A deafening rumble rang out as the vast and surging energy formed a storm. The laws of the world intertwined. The collision this time was extremely shocking. It seemed like the space there was about to be ripped apart. The entire Een Mountains of Seven's Despair shook violently from the collision. It was like an earthquake had occurred, yet it also seemed like the end of the world. Mountains collapsed, and the ground was reduced to a bottomless chasm. The mountain below everyone had been reduced to dust as well. This was the power of a single strike from the 9 divine king experts and Fairy Haoyue. It truly possessed the power to destroy the world. If they were in a provincial city like the Dong'an province, a single strike from them would be enough to flatten the entire city. Even overgods would not be able to escape death. So powerful! Jianshan hovered in the air behind Fairy Haoyue. With Fairy Haoyue at the front, the terrifying shockwaves were unable to reach him at all. He stared at the scene before him with his mouth agape. He was extremely shocked. He felt that with his current strength, just the aftermath of this destructive energy was enough to severely injure him. Fairy Haoyue stood like a lofty mountain. A barrier formed from the power of laws stood before her, preventing her clothes from ruffling no matter how violent the energy was. However, the 9 god kings from the Een Mountains of Seven's Despair all vomited a mist of blood. It was mixed with many pieces of organs, which rained down like a rain of blood. The blood of god kings dyed the sky red. Now, all of them were pale and dispirited. Their injuries were very serious. Fairy Haoyue was so powerful that even if the 9 divine kings worked together, it would be like throwing eggs at a rock. Get into formation! A god king called out from the Een Mountains of Seven's despair. They ignored their wounds and created a formation as quickly as possible, fusing their powers together. Immediately, an even greater pressure radiated from them. After fusing their powers together, their resistance to Fairy Haoyue's powers of time became greater and greater. They actually recovered to mid-divine king at that moment from being suppressed to early divine king. The world's fate, sword of calamity. The 9 divine kings bellowed out, and their voices rang through the sky. A streak of dazzling sword chi silently formed between the 9 of them. It radiated with supreme pressure as it shot towards Fairy Haoyue. The sword chi moved extremely quickly, even faster than Jian Chen's linear lightning release. The sword chi whistled through the air as if it could pierce through space, ignoring the distance between them. It arrived before Fairy Haoyue in a single instance. Jian Chen's face changed. The sword chi was just too fast, so fast that he had no time to react. As a matter of fact, he was unable to see the sword chi with his naked eye. He could only sense it through the pressure it gave off. However, Fairy Haoyue's face did not change at all. She remained composed. She raised a slender finger and gently extended it forward. Fairy Haoyue clearly did not move quickly. As a matter of fact, she seemed extremely slow. However, when she completed her series of actions, the sword chi that was already close to her had only advanced an inch. This scene was very puzzling. It was as if there was a difference in the flow of time between the two. The flow of time had become different. Disperse! Fairy Haoyue called out gently and extended a finger. Immediately, the power of laws that completely surpassed the divine king's level of cultivation descended, directly enveloping the sword chi. In the next moment, the sword chi that the 9 divine kings had cast together dispersed, just like that. It had been directly obliterated by the laws of the primordial realm. The faces of the 9 divine kings changed drastically. They could not help but stagger backwards. Their gazes towards Fairy Haoyue were filled with fear. However, they looked at each other in the next moment. As if they could read each other's minds, they used their abilities and fled without any hesitation at all. Some of them used secret techniques to flee, while others took out teleportation formation disc. "If I don't let you leave in my domain, you won't be able to escape," Fairy Haoyue said calmly. As expected, the 9 divine kings all despaired. They used secret techniques to flee, but they discovered that they were still where they were. They activated their teleportation formation discs, but there was no power to teleport them. "Originally, I didn't want to kill you, but I have to now." Fairy Haoyue was emotionless. Killing intent filled her eyes as she swung her scepter. She produced 9 powerful strands of moonlight force, enveloping the 9 divine kings with the laws of the primordial realm. This time, the 9 divine kings were no longer able to resist. They were heavily injured already, so they were directly wiped out by Fairy Haoyue's attack. From the beginning to the end, Fairy Haoyue did not move at all. With a wave of her hand, she could suppress the divine kings. In just a few moves, she had slain the 9 late divine kings. She was extremely composed. Clearly, she had not used her full strength. Jian Chen stared at this scene with his mouth agape. Even when the 9 god kings all died, he still felt like he was dreaming, as if he was in a dream. He refused to believe that this was reality. Several decades ago, when Fairy Haoyue was still a soul, even an Origin Realm expert could kill her. That was when she was truly as weak as an ant. Yet today, she had killed 9 divine kings with a flip of her hand. Since when had the divine kings become so weak? P.S. This period of time is free. All the VIP chapters are free. Readers who are still reading the pirated version can go to the original version to read. If you don't know the original version's address, You can listen to Xiaoyao's public message. Search, Xingxing Xiao 110. Chapter 1891. Fairy Haoyue, have you completely recovered your strength? Jianchen stared at Fairy Haoyue's back rather absent-mindedly. The person standing before him was a supreme expert, which left Jianchen rather dazed. This was because he struggled to connect the invincible Fairy Haoyue before him with the Fairy Haoyue he had seen on the Tianyuan continent. Fairy Haoyue returned to her senses. She stared at Jianchen and shook her head. My cultivation has only recovered to early Divine King, but the power of my soul has recovered 80% of its peak condition. I can already use the power of laws at the primordial realm, which is why I was able to kill the 9 Divine Kings so easily. With that, Fairy Haoyue suddenly looked into the distance. Her deep gaze seemed to be able to pierce through space and reach the depths of the world. She could see the scenery that was extremely far away. The disturbance here has been rather great. Many people are hurrying over. Let's go get the flower of ways and void cloud flowers, said Fairy Haoyue. With a wave of her hand, a terrifying pulse of energy that belonged to a divine king and the power of laws that belonged to a primordial realm expert wrapped around Jianchen. She directly flew downwards. Jianchen was unable to resist at all. Even though Fairy Haoyue had not fully recovered, her strength was unquestionable. Even though she had only recovered to early Divine King, her comprehension as a primordial realm expert was enough for her to reign supreme among Divine Kings. Perhaps even Protector Shui, who ranks 9th under the Divine King, is probably not Fairy Haoyue's opponent now, Jianchen thought. He could not help but compare her to Protector Shui and Fairy Haoyue. In the past, Shui Yunlan had heavily injured the strongest Divine King of the God clan, Aladona, in a lower world, leaving only her as a soul. Jianchen was utterly shocked. Back then, Shui Yunlan was the greatest existence in the world in Jianchen's heart. Her strength had exceeded his imagination. Many of the mountains in the 7 Despair Mountains had collapsed, so the flower of ways and void cloud flowers planted by the 9 Divine Kings were naturally buried in the thick rubble. Fairy Haoyue arrived at the very bottom with Jianchen. She erupted with the Divine King's cultivation and directly shifted the flower of ways and void cloud flowers buried in the rubble. There were 2 snow-white flowers, and one of them had 9 petals. There was a faint white mist lingering around it, and the 9 petals were faintly discernible. The other flower only had 3 petals. Every single petal was covered in complicated and profound inscriptions, sometimes blurry and sometimes clear. Moreover, the inscriptions seemed static, but they also seemed to change at all times, resonating with the ways of the world as if the mysteries of laws were present. The 2 flowers did not grow in the soil. Instead, they grew on a huge, white jade pedestal. Powerful formations were engraved on the jade pedestal, protecting the 2 flowers. The flower of ways hasn't matured yet, so its effects are drastically reduced. However, I can't care about that right now. As long as I can recover some of my strength, I don't care even if I have to waste it. Fairy Haoyue murmured to herself as she stared at the white flower with only 3 petals. Afterwards, with a wave of her hand, the flower of ways flew into her hand on its own. She casually tossed it into her space ring. Afterwards, the other flower with 9 petals landed in Fairy Haoyue's hand as well. She passed the flower to Jianchen and said, "This is a void cloud flower, a first-grade god-tier heavenly resource. Whether it's healing wounds to the soul or recovering the power of the soul, it's extremely effective. Of course, if you refine the flower into pills, the effects will be even greater. Unfortunately, there are extremely few pill masters who can refine pills using heavenly resources. They're very difficult to find." Jianchen did not hold back and directly accepted the void cloud flower. However, he frowned very soon and bitterly smiled. He passed the void cloud flower back to Fairy Haoyue and said, "Fairy Haoyue, the formations here have already reached the level of the Divine King. I don't have the ability to get through them." Fairy Haoyue nodded and said, Those people will be here soon. Let's leave first and find a quiet place to get through the formations for you. If they see you here and the ninth prince hears about it, it will be extremely disadvantageous for you. It might even be a disaster. Wait, I want to take the golden-striped silver snake's corpse with me. I have great use for it, said Jianchen. He arrived before the golden-striped silver snake as quickly as he could and directly stowed the corpse away. Moreover, Jianchen went through the corpses of the other divine kings as well. Only one of them was a human among the divine kings. The other 8 were either magical beasts or demon cores condensed from plants. In the end, the demon cores and monster cores on the level of the divine king naturally ended up in Jianchen's hands. However, Fairy Haoyue took away most of the space rings from the divine king. She wanted to use the resources in there to recover her strength as soon as possible. After doing all that, Fairy Haoyue waved her hand, causing the clouds in the surroundings to dance. Primordial realm laws descended, erasing Jianchen's presence from the mountains of Seven's despair. Only her presence remained. Afterwards, she left with Jianchen. Soon after Fairy Haoyue and Jianchen had left, 5 figures shot over with lightning speed. They seemed to have fused with the space there, moving silently as they move. They were so fast that they could cross 1,000 kilometers in a single instant. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the outermost region of the mountains of Seven's despair. Even though the 5 of them were divine king experts, they concealed their presences and kept an extremely low profile. They stared at the depths of the mountains of Seven's despair sternly. The presence of laws from a primordial realm expert. Has a primordial realm expert flattened the mountains of Seven's despair? A middle-aged man in violet gold dragon robes growled. The 4 other divine king experts remained silent. They stared at the depths of the mountains of Seven's despair as they struggled to remain calm. The 5 divine king experts were all peak experts from the nearby divine kingdom of Datian and divine kingdom of Qingyang. 2 of them wore dragon robes and possessed dignified bearings. They were the divine kings of the divine kingdom of Datian and divine kingdom of Qingyang. The commotion caused by the mountains of Seven's despair had attracted all the divine kings from divine kingdom of Datian and divine kingdom of Qingyang. As time went on, more and more divine king experts arrived. They came from the divine kingdom of 9 stars, the divine kingdom of Crimson, the divine kingdom of Kaiyuan, the divine kingdom of Clearcloud, the divine kingdom of Baliega, and so on. In short, basically all the nearby divine kingdoms had sent divine king experts over. Even the Grand Imperial Protector of the divine kingdom of Pingtian had arrived. They all entered the depths of the mountains of Seven's despair. Chapter 1892. All the divine king experts who had gathered from the nearby divine kingdoms personally witnessed the corpses of the 8 divine kings. All of them fell silent. No one could remain calm after witnessing the scene before their eyes. Everyone's hearts were filled with shock. Before long, the divine king experts from the nearby divine kingdoms all dispersed. They did not touch a single thing there. Even when it came to the corpses of the 8 divine kings, they only stared at them from afar. They did not dare to approach them, as they were afraid that they would be tainted by some unnecessary karma. At the same time, the divine king stood on the tallest building in the royal palace in white robes. He stood there with his hands behind his back as he stared in the direction of the mountains of Seven's despair with his deep eyes. He had already expanded the senses of his soul, crossing through the vast territory of the divine kingdom of Pingtian and the entire territory of the divine kingdom of Qingyang, all the way to the depths of the mountains of Seven's despair. This person is so powerful. Only after quite a while did the divine king say that sternly. He was extremely stern. Jianchen's presence has completely vanished from the mountains of Seven's despair as well. The primordial realm expert has forcefully erased it. If it were not for the fact that I already knew Jianchen had entered the mountains of Seven's despair, I definitely would not have sensed that someone else had entered the mountains. We can basically confirm that the primordial realm expert who flattened the Een Mountains of Seven's despair is the soul that appeared in the divine King Duanmu's dwelling. However, I wonder if her strength has recovered to its peak. The power of laws in the Een Mountains of Seven's despair has already surpassed most primordial realm expert. If her strength hasn't recovered to its peak, she's just too powerful. The divine king murmured as the light in his eyes flickered, constantly fluctuating. In an ancient mountain range within the divine kingdom of Pingtian, Jianchen and Fairy Haoyue stayed in a temporary cave. A huge luminous pearl was embedded in the ceiling of the cave, shining with a gentle light. It added some light to the gloomy cave. Jianchen sat on the ground as he stared at Fairy Haoyue, who sat on the ground as well. To be more precise, he stared at the void cloud flower in Fairy Haoyue's hand. The void cloud flower was similar to the flower of ways. It was rooted in a huge piece of jade and slowly grew by absorbing the energy within the jade. A divine king-level formation had been cast down on the entire piece of jade. Fairy Haoyue was currently trying to get through the formation. However, with her strength as a primordial realm expert, getting through a mere divine king-level formation was naturally a piece of cake. She spent 2 hours to get through the formation. If it were not for the fact that she was worried about damaging the void cloud flower, Fairy Haoyue would not have needed 2 hours at all. Once the laws of the primordial realm descended, she only needed a single strike to get through the formation. Jianchen held the void cloud flower and sniffed the familiar fragrance from it. He was extremely excited. This was a god-tier heavenly resource. With the void cloud flower, he was basically completely confident that he could awaken Kea. Although the void cloud flower is precious, it's only used to nurture the flower of ways. The truly precious item is the flower of ways, said Fairy Haoyue. She stared at Jianchen with her beautiful eyes and said sternly, "The most precious aspect of the flower of ways isn't the extremely terrifying essence within it that can drastically increase a person's cultivation. Instead, the flower contains the comprehension of the ways of the world, which can increase a divine king's chances of reaching the primordial realm by 50%. Moreover, the flower of ways isn't just useful to the divine king. It can assist infinite primes to a certain extent as well. It can increase their chances of breaking through by 20%. As a result, we can conclude that the flower of ways is the treasure the ninth prince is using to break through to infinite prime. Its importance to him goes without saying. You have to be careful of the ninth prince in the future. Once he discovers any traces on you, it'll be extremely bad for you. After all, I can't always be by your side." Fairy Haoyue warned Jianchen seriously and sternly. Jianchen was still too weak right now. He could not fight back at all against the ninth prince of the Eternal Blood Sun Empire who possessed great authority. This was because the Eternal Blood Sun Empire was basically the ruler of the southern region. Jianchen nodded seriously. He understood the severity of this matter. Afterwards, Jianchen thought of something. He took out all the overgod monster cores and monster cores he had collected from the Een Mountains of Seven's despair and asked Fairy Haoyue to refine the poison inside. The monster cores and monster cores were filled with poison. He was unable to directly absorb them with his current chaotic body. He could only ask a divine king to refine the poison using their own cultivation. There just happened to be an expert like that right before him, so Jianchen naturally would not miss out on this opportunity. Fairy Haoyue naturally did not turn him down. The divine king erupted with his early cultivation and directly began to refine the 6 monster cores and monster cores. The refinement lasted for an entire day. Only then did Fairy Haoyue purge the poison from the 6 monster cores and monster cores, leaving behind extremely pure and surging energy. After handing the 6 monster cores and monster cores back to Jianchen, Fairy Haoyue said, "I can't refine the monster cores and monster cores on the level of the Divine King with my current cultivation, so I'll leave them with you for now. I'll only be able to refine them once I recover to the primordial realm. Oh right, I came across this armor by chance. It's a supreme quality saint artifact, and it possesses extraordinary defensive abilities. Just the armor itself can block the attacks of godkings several times. I have no use for it, so you can have it, Jianchen said. With a flip of her hand, a set of exquisite armor appeared in Fairy Haoyue's hand. She directly tossed it to Jianchen like trash. Afterwards, Fairy Haoyue bid farewell to Jianchen and left by herself. She planned on using the Flower of Ways to recover her strength. After Fairy Haoyue's departure, Jianchen sat in the cave by himself. He held the supreme quality saint artifact in his hand as he experienced mixed feelings. Back when he bought the high-quality saint artifact, the startling rainbow sword, it made his heart ache for quite a while. Yet now, he possessed a supreme quality saint artifact, and it was a defensive one at that. Defensive saint artifacts were far more valuable than offensive saint artifacts of the same level. The armor in his hand had already reached the supreme quality, so its value had even exceeded Jianchen's imagination. A supreme quality saint artifact was a treasure that was infinitely close to a god artifact. Jianchen sucked in a deep breath and slowly calmed himself down. An iridescent jade spirit platform flower, a void cloud flower, 6 overgod monster cores and monster cores, 8 divine king monster cores and monster cores, a golden striped silver snake's corpse, and a supreme quality saint artifact armor. He sighed in amazement at the bountiful harvest he had gained from the trip to the Een Mountains of Seven's despair this time. It's time to go back. With these 6 overgod monster cores and monster cores, I can finally break through with the chaotic body. I'm already unmatched among overgods. Once my chaotic body breaks through to the next layer, just what level will my battle prowess reach?